That brings us to simulated Fabritecture V1.0, which is going to be focusing on Maya, but Maya in terms of um, physics, dynamics, simulations. Um, which, if you're familiar with Grasshopper, might results might look a little bit like what you might expect from things like Kangaroo. But Maya, was kind of made for that thing since the beginning. So it's going to be really interesting. And your tutor today is Aleksandar Bursać. He's a member of Zymorphian, and he's a senior designer at Zaha Hadid Architects. He received his undergraduate and MArch 1 at the University of Belgrade. Following his experience, he joined the Architectural Association Design Research Lab in London, where he received his MArch 2 in Architecture and Urbanism. After graduating in 2016, he joined experimental studio Sominham Design, where he focused on simulation and digital fabrication. He currently works as a designer for Zaha Architects, working across all scales of projects from concept to schematic design. As a course tutor for the DRL, he is working closely with students on simulation-driven digital workflows centered around programmable materiality. So, without further ado, I hand it over to you. I'll be here if you need anything.
Thank you so much for the intro. So today, I think as all of you guys know, we've just gone through what will be the topic of this webinar. I'll just sort of preface it by saying that, in the first segment of the webinar, we'll be mostly focusing on the overall layout and where everything is within the dynamics engine within Maya, because even if you're accustomed to modeling or you have some experience in modeling, this is a whole different segment or a sub package within Maya that has its own logic, has its own workspaces. Things are in various different places. So I think like first we will build a very good base and understanding of what is going on in this package and what is in Maya. And then in the second segment after the break, which we'll have around the middle of the session, we'll start recreating more directly the images that were shared for you to see and have insight into what we will get from the webinar. So the first one is more based on like just seeing the package in its entirety, and then the second one is like more based or focused on the actual modeling and simulation of what was shown in the examples for the webinar itself. So I'm going to start my Maya. I'm assuming anyone who wants to follow up in parallel to me is already started the window. I think all of you were are you informed that we should probably be using Maya 2020. If you have a lower version, that's not that big of a deal. Most things are either in the same place or somehow a little bit shifted, so I don't think it will be an issue. But in general, as you open your Maya window, it should look like this. This is the classic workspace, and you will notice that in the top left corner.
Before you get too far, I just want to remind you just something I noticed with Maya. It runs a bit smoother if you want to turn off your camera. If you want to keep it on,
no
totally
problem.
fine.
Yeah, of
up
course.
to you.
There we go. I think that's better. So basically, the default workspace you have would look like this, and you'll see that in the upper left corner of your screen, you have the modeling tab on, which is the basic modeling tab. What we will be switching to today is the FX tab, which is one of the sub packages within the FX or the Dynamics tab, is the fabrics or the simulator that is tied to fabrics. In general, in Maya, when you work with this kind of behavior in animation and simulation in particular, you don't actually try to make things as they, behave in reality. In Maya is usually used to simulate stuff like clothes on characters, but today we'll be using it more like in an architectural sense. So in order to get those shapes, you actually simulate them. You let Maya calculate the deformation rather than trying to model it on your own. So in this first section, we're going to focus on like deforming a flat sheet, which is going to be like the most basic plane. So even if you have no experience in modeling, you won't need it. But then from then on, we'll actually use forces to deform the sheet and give it materiality based on the properties that we have in Maya. So I think like just as like a just like a little first step into it, I think navigation should be more or less clear to everyone, but let's just I'll go through that really quickly. So Alt and left click is orbiting, Alt and middle click is panning, and scrolling is zooming. So what we need right now is just to create like the most basic object, which is going to be a mesh plane, because Maya is a mesh modeling software. In order to do this, we'll access the rollout menu by pressing Shift and then right click. And we have this like rollout menu that happens in the screen. So keep those keys pressed, and then you can hover over whatever it is that you actually need in this case. For me, it's going to be a plane. And then you release, and a plane should be populated in the center of the screen. When we have that, we can scale the plane up a little bit because it's quite tiny right now. So in order to scale it, you need to press the key R, and then your gizmo shall appear kind of like this. So it's like this 3-axis gizmo that shows you how you can transform the object in space. So we're just gonna make it bigger. So we will press the yellow box in the middle, hold, and then drag out until it becomes a bigger plane. I'm also going to turn off the grid because sometimes it interferes with whatever we have in the screen and it makes it a little bit difficult. So to turn it off, in this ribbon right above your viewport, you have this little gridded square here. You can turn it off and then the grid will go away. And something that I also usually do just to make sure that like everything is working properly, I will also turn on wireframe unshaded, because number of subdivisions on an object, especially for dynamics, is incredibly important. So in the same ribbon, you can choose this one, which shows this little box with the wireframed edges, which shows you the topology of your mesh, meaning that's like a 10 by 10 mesh right now. And you can turn on anti-aliasing, which is this little circle that is jagged on one side and smooth on the other, which just improves the way that the viewport looks, and I think it's nicer to work in it in that way. So now that we have this plane object, like I was saying, for physics, especially for fabrics, the resolution of your object is really important. So the resolution relates to the number of, let's say, faces that make up an object. And right now it's 10 by 10 faces. And the more of them you have, the more detailed or the more elaborate the simulation will be, and the end product will actually look more like the actual element that you see in nature as well, that we're trying to simulate now in Maya. 10 by 10 is not really enough, so we want to kind of increase it. You can do it by clicking the object. And then on your right-hand side, there should be like this box that shows us the channel box layer editor, modeling toolkit, and the attribute editor. So in the channel box layer editor, you will have the inputs listed here. So basically, whenever you kind of create an object inside of Maya, in your channel box and layer editor, you should have like these inputs that describe what the object is. In this case, a polyplane. In this polyplane, you can kind of use the drop-down menu to create different settings for the object itself. So right now, the width and the height is 10 by 10. Let's increase that by pressing. You can press the first one. And then let's change this to, let's say, I think 30 is probably okay. Say 30 by 30. Yeah, that's probably fine. We shouldn't have any issues with that. Let me just see. So once we have this, we need to make sure that the object is properly reset to its initial state, meaning that all of these translations and transformations, we want them all to be, in neutral, as well as the history object to be deleted. The easiest way to do this is to select the object, go to Edit, delete all by type, and delete history. This sort of deletes all these inputs, and this object just becomes like a flattened version of the object in terms of like there's no other nodes on it, there's no history on it that's kept as record of the transformations that were done to the object. In order to make sure that the scale remains correct as it is, like not because we scaled it up by dragging it with the scale tool, we can also reset and freeze the transformations. Again, we can select the object, hold down space, which creates this rollout menu. And then in modify, navigate to freeze transformations, and then release. This basically gives us, you know, an object that's 0 in the 0 space, and also the scale is 1. There's no other stuff on it, meaning like there's no history. And now we can run a simulation on top of it. So basically, this is all the prep for actually creating an object that we can simulate on top of. And in order to step into the dynamics part of Maya's package, we need to switch our modeling tab from the modeling tab to a dynamics or an FX tab. It used to be called nDynamics. So if you have a lower version of Maya, it might be called nDynamics. Now it's called FX. Once you do that, you'll see that the ribbon here changes and the workspace is slightly different. Like mostly it's basically just accessing the new, let's say, new settings that are actually important for when you're using FX versus modeling. So what we will be focusing on is nCloth. You can also see there's other stuff like nParticles, fluids, nHair. These are all dynamic objects within Maya that need to be simulated in some way. But today, for the purposes of this seminar, we'll only be focusing on nCloth, which is essentially just geared at fabrics or sheet materials of any kind. So if we select this object now, we can turn it into a cloth by going to nCloth, create nCloth. You'll see that your gizmo goes gray like this because you're no longer able to deform the object in any way other than using the forces within Maya to do so. So you can't really manually do it anymore by stepping into like face mode or vertex mode and then like moving stuff around. You will see in your outliner, and in case that your outliner is not there, which it really should be, but you can go check in Windows, outliner, to have it on the side. This basically contains all of the elements within your scene. So whatever you create in the scene will appear in the outliner as a little icon. So what we see right now in it is the plane. So that's like the basic mesh plane that we created in the beginning. But then we also see the nucleus and this like little nCloth here. So the nCloth is basically what makes this plane a dynamic object. It stores the information about the material within itself. And the nucleus is the solver, which if you had, you know, multiple cloths or other particles or the elements that are active within the scene, there are dynamic elements, they will all pass through the nucleus computationally to be computed in order to output the simulation as it is. So right now, in order for you to run the simulation, you need to play it. By default, your timeline should go from 1 to 120. I'm going to expand this by going to this number here and switching 120 to 1200. Just add a 0 and hit enter so that the timeline is longer. If you were to play it now, your object will just fall through space. It just goes down. So basically the play button is here in the lower right corner. So when you play it, the object just falls. It just goes down in space because there's really nothing keeping it up. There's no ground plane. There's nothing that's affecting it other than the gravity. So in order to make these first settings that relate to the physics in the world of Maya, let's say, we go to our nucleus, which we can select from our outliner. And in the nucleus object, we need to navigate then to the attribute editor. So on the right-hand side, where you have the channel box layer and modeling toolkit and layer editor, you also have the attribute editor, which contains information about every object within the scene. And the one that we need right now is the nucleus. You'll also see that in these cards, it also relates to other objects that are governed by the nucleus. So if you choose nucleus, you'll also see that there's an nCloth attached to it, an nCloth shape which controls the properties of the cloth, and also the time node, which is an invisible node that doesn't get displayed in the outliner. So right now in the nCloth tab, you can see the transform attributes, which we can ignore both the transform attributes and the offset parent matrix. But here we can see that we have our gravity, which is set to 9.8, which is approximately the normal gravity. And the direction is pointing down, obviously. And then we can also see the settings for the ground plane. If we tick use plane, you will actually see that it will create a ground with which the object will collide. So it won't fall through it because now there's ground underneath it. I'm going to stop the simulation and rewind back. But now in order to kind of create some kind of change within this, because otherwise you won't see any change at all, we need to use either constraints or fields. So constraints, basically, as the name suggests, is some form of force that you exert onto the object, and force fields are generally vector fields that you can use in order to move an object around. Usually that translates to stuff like, I don't know, the movement of wind or something like that. So in order to show that within your cloth, we're going to first create a constraint. To create a constraint, you need to hover above your cloth, click it, then hold down right click and step into vertex mode. The vertex mode will only activate the vertices of your object. So like now they are active and you can select them as opposed to the entire object itself. In order to create a single constraint, we're going to take, let's say, one of these vertices here at the edge. So just select it. And then in the top of the ribbon where it said end cloth, two spaces away, there's end constraint. Choose that menu and then choose transform constraint. If you choose that, there will be a new object being added into your outliner, which is called the dynamic constraint number 1. And it basically means that this point will be fixed in space so that when something happens to your cloth, this point will not move at all. It's kind of like you're kind of holding it or pinching it in that point in space. To demonstrate how this affects the cloth, we're going to go hover above our object, right click, go to object mode and release. And then in our nucleus, the ground that I just added, I'm going to uncheck it just so you can see the object falling through the ground. So uncheck it, don't use plane in the ground, plane options in the attribute editor of your nucleus, and then play simulation again. So now you can see we have like something that basically acts as a cloth, just kind of hanging from one point, almost like a kitchen towel. And it creates this deformation simply based on the forces of gravity that are affecting it right now. Let's stop this animation and go back to the beginning. You'll also notice that like when you do stuff like this, it's kind of, you can't really scrub to anywhere in the simulation and expect that thing to kind of happen again. This is because Maya calculates these deformations per frame. So like every time the frame changes, a calculation is made within your machine, which tells the cloth how it moves to the next frame. So you can't really scrub through it. The way to circumvent this is by using caching, which is something that I will show later, which kind of records the deformations onto a file in your computer, and you can just read them from there. You don't need to calculate every time. Depending on your machine, you'll also, and the density of the cloth that you've created, you'll also notice that it kind of starts lagging a little bit. Like right now, there's no issue because it's a very simple cloth. But the more subdivisions there are, the more dynamic elements there are in the scene, you'll see that like your simulation will take time. Like it will need to calculate every time, and it will get pretty slow. So let's kind of create some other constraints within this cloth as well. So again, hover above the object, right click, go to vertex, release, and then let's choose another few vertices for us to kind of change to pinch them in the place. So let's choose this one interior one on the edge, maybe this one. So when you have your selection done, you go to end constraint and then transform constraint again. And replay. So you're kind of now realizing how this sort of works because it's already kind of giving you the opportunity to design this however you prefer in terms of what gets pinched. So right now, this is the basic setup for the cloth that we have. So we haven't really changed any of the material properties of the cloth, but we can do that as well. So if we select our plane, we will see all of the related nodes to it, one of them being the end cloth shape. So again, on the side in your attribute editor, in the end cloth shape 1, you'll actually see this card, end cloth shape 1, with a bunch of properties. These are all the material properties of your object that are being stored in it, and you can kind of affect how the object behaves from there. So if you go to the dynamic properties tab and you drop it down, you'll see stuff like stretch resistance, compression resistance. So like a lot of these things that kind of are acting as sheet materials have their own properties. You can sometimes even download them from online because there's like material scientists that work on this for a living. But right now, like what I'm just going to show you is how you can kind of change them and see how that affects the simulation. So for example, right now the stretch resistance is 20, but if you were to reduce it, you'll see like all of the properties are kind of self-explanatory. Like if the stretch resistance is lower, the cloth shows, let's say, weaker resistance to deformation, so it sags more. So for example, if we went for something like 0.4, it would sag even further. So you can kind of have like a more dramatic effect with your cloth if you affect the stretch resistance. There's other options as well, like rigidity or compression. All of them do, their own specific thing to the cloth. Another one that I think is quite useful is the rest length scale. So basically, your cloth starts with a certain length for each edge that makes up the cloth, but you can also affect the scale of that edge. So you can create something that almost expands. So this is a material that in some way expands. You can kind of force this change on top of the object. And in order to demonstrate what that means, like when it's in one, it basically tries to retain whatever it has before. And if you're using Kangaroo, you already know how this works. So if, for example, I was to play it again, and then in rest length scale, I just dragged it slightly, you'll see that it kind of expands. It tries to create like a bigger cloth because now every edge is kind of told to go up to the twice of its size. So the cloth starts expanding and folding in on itself like this. So for example, if right now we have the gravity kind of affecting the cloth and pulling it down, but maybe because we were looking into, let's say voltage structures and things that actually fight gravity rather than sag with it, we can also reverse the direction of gravity by switching it in the nucleus. So if we navigate back to the nucleus, in our gravity direction, which is now negative, which means it's pointing towards the ground, we can just switch it to a positive. And now the force applied will actually force the object to fly above rather than sag below. If you have like the situation where the object itself is like black on one side, the easiest way to fix this is to go to lighting and then use two-sided lighting. So you can kind of have like a proper shading of the object. So let's go back to the beginning of the simulation just by rewinding. And I'm going to select nCloth again from the outliner and navigate to nCloth shape in the attribute editor. And I'm going to restore the rest length scale from 2 in the dynamic properties because we've kind of stretched it out now back to 1. So that it doesn't like do that effect in the beginning where it kind of like inflates a lot and then sags back down. Okay, so this is looking a bit better. Again, obviously you can tweak a lot of these properties, but this one I think like really demonstrates quite clearly what cloth can do in its most basic form. So I think like the interesting thing about dealing with cloth in this way is also that these constraints don't need to be fixed in space. They don't actually need to remain where they are at all times. So if I rewind back to the beginning, let's use the first constraint that I created. So right now it's always kind of trying to be where it is in the entire time, but we can also animate its position and the cloth will actually, respond to that. Before we do that, I think it's easier rather than animating is also, tweaking it on your own as the simulation plays. But in order to do this, you need to play the simulation in a particular way. And it's positioned in the fields and solvers tab. So with fields and solvers tab, there will be something called interactive playback. And if you press that, when your simulation plays, you'll be able to switch the translation method for your constraint by pressing W, and then you can even move it during the simulation, adjust it however you like to kind of change your object a little bit if you want. The trick, for example, with this is that when you have multiple ones, it will just try to average out the position. So what I suggest doing, and it's probably the easiest to do, is to actually separate them, always create them as separate constraints, and then you can play with each one separately. So again, it's like going to dynamic constraint 1, going to fields and solvers, using interactive playback, and then you can move it. Okay, so because I've created a little bit of a mess here, instead of having this constraint, I will just delete it. Step back into vertex mode with pressing right click, hovering above the object, vertex. And I'm just going to restore it really quickly with a couple of other vertices. Transform constraint. So we go back to end constraint, transform constraint, and then play again. So there are other options for how a constraint can be made and other types of constraints. One of them is component to component constraint. I'll just rewind the simulation. Let me just check the Q&A really quickly. So yeah, I just saw this question. I think it was answered, but let's say the encloth attributes don't apply in real time. I have to restart the animation. So I guess this is kind of the answer that you're getting. The scale of the plane, like I was saying, we just select the plane, press R for scaling, and then you can just kind of change it by dragging the gizmo from the center. Grabbing a point again, it's kind of like using dynamic constraint, right? So I guess all of these were actually answered while I was working. So the another type of constraint that I was mentioning right now is a component to component constraint. It's basically like if you think of, almost as like a stitch or a seam, you could add it as well by connecting two parts of the cloth together and having them move together as one. So I'm going to select again the object, go to vertex mode, and we can select like two random vertices. Let's see this one, and then shift to add one more to selection. It's like this one. And now in the end constraint, instead of using transform constraint, we can use component to component. So you'll see there's a link that kind of gets established between those 2 points. And when you play it now, like they kind of try to relate to one another. You can't see a lot changing right now because it's kind of very, very simple setup. But again, same as changing the rest length of the actual object, you can also change the rest length of this dynamic constraint. So I'm going to rewind to the beginning. I'm going to choose dynamic constraint number 3 because that's the recent one that we've created. And then again, go to your attribute editor and you'll see a bunch of these settings. Just scroll through them until you find something called rest length scale, which right now is 1. And now we're going to change its, let's say, its length over time. We can do this by keyframing. Keyframing is basically what drives all of the animation in Maya. Keyframing is essentially giving one value at one point in time and another in another point in time, and letting Maya interpolate between those two values. So from 1 to 0, 0 to 1, or whatever other value we need. In order to set this to a keyframe, go to rest length scale, right click, and there's something called set key. It's really important that you're in the beginning, so you're in frame 0, and we have the rest length scale set to 1. And then let's say at about 200, doesn't really need to be accurate, we can put it wherever. We want this rest length scale to half. So basically we want like the length of this constraint to be cut in half. So I will just select this, type in 0.5. When you see this kind of light red pinkish thing, it means that there's another key somewhere, but this has not been keyed yet. So at frame 200 and here again, after you set the value, you also need to right click it and set the key again to confirm the key. So now when we rewind to the beginning and we start playing, you'll actually see it starts pinching. You know, they're starting to get closer together and you have this kind of fold happening here. I think probably it's still a little bit too long, so I want to like shorten it. So now, in order to, because when keyframes come into to play, it's a bit difficult to always chase the keyframe, you know, and try to, you know, get there again and change it from here. There's something called the graph editor, which is a graphic representation of keyframes within your Maya, and you should always use it if you're working with keyframes. Otherwise, you're kind of wasting time. So in order to open our graph editor, we will go to Windows, then to Animation Editors, and then select Graph Editor. So if you select a certain object that has some keyframes on it, whatever it is, it can be any of these, you will see that you'll have this graph shown. So this basically shows the rate of change within Maya related to an object that you have keyframed. In this case, our dynamic constraint is the one that's keyframed, and it also tells you in this little navigator here that what you're keyframing, in fact, is the rest length scale. So if you go to keyframe number 1 in like the 0 position, and you just kind of drag and select, you see that it starts at 1 and its value is 1. And then here you'll have something that's at frame 200. You can fix it. Let's make it 200 exactly on 201. And this time I'm going to change the value to 0.1 and 0.5. So it goes a lot closer. So when I play it again, it should pinch a bit harder. There we go. That looks better. So anytime you're kind of doing stuff like this, it's always easier to kind of work with the graph editor, because once you start adding keyframes to other elements as well, it's going to be so much easier to kind of follow whatever is happening from here. Be careful, like when you're moving it, obviously, it will change what's happening within your animation as well. I'll turn it off for now. So how is it that this thing actually gets calculated? How is it that we know why it folds in this way? This is basically due to collisions. So objects can either collide with other objects or themselves. So these folds are basically a result of self-collision. And we can see here that we have a little bit of a glitch going on. So like the fabric is kind of pulled through itself because of the force of the constraint, and it kind of creates like a result that's a bit not great, let's say. So in order to kind of fix this, we can also change the way that the solver works, or the solver resolves deformations within the fabric to, let's say, a higher quality solver, which might take a little bit more time computationally. So in order to do this, again, in Outliner, we'll select the cloth. And then instead of dynamic properties, which we've been using so far, we're going to go to collisions. Collisions is basically governing any kind of interaction between either this object and other dynamic objects, or this object and itself, which in this case is the issue. And you will see that there's a collision flag and a self-collision flag, because these two are separate calculations. So self-collision flag is basically when this cloth comes into contact with itself, like here. And in order to kind of improve the result, which still might be a little bit tricky even after I change this, because this is not a very high resolution mesh, but we can change the self-collision flag from a vertex to a full surface. Oops, that didn't change for some reason. Let's do it again. So vertex, full surface, please. There we go. And then replay. So you'll see right now my simulation is so much slower, because the way that it's calculated right now is the entire surface is taken into account. Before that, we were kind of just using vertices as they are. So like if your vertex grid is very dense, it kind of still works well. But when you use full surface, it actually really takes into account everything about your cloth, meaning that it has a lot more to calculate, but it tends to kind of create like less issues as you're going along. So for example, right now we can see that there is no, you know, the object is not really going through itself, because the self-collision flag has been changed to full surface, which is a much more costlier but an accurate type of simulation. However, when you're drafting things in the beginning, I always recommend just keeping it in vertex, because as you can see, the simulation takes so much less and the difference is not that significant, to be honest. So this is like the basic setup for our cloth. And as I said, there's different ways of controlling the cloth. One of them is also by using forces rather than constraints, which we have used so far. So in order to kind of show that, I'm going to get rid of some of our forces in the scene just to make it clearer what's happening. So I'm going to rewind to the beginning of the animation. And I'm going to ignore the gravity for a while. So select your object. You can either select this thing like the mesh itself, or choose the encloth node. But then in dynamic properties, where we were changing the stretch resistance before, we're going to ignore solver gravity. So like if you just scroll down from dynamic properties, at the bottom of this sub menu for dynamic properties, you can ignore solver gravity. So now basically it's only affected by this pinching constraint here, which I'm also going to delete because now we are going to show the fields. So the way the field works is basically just think of it as an outside force, like if you had wind or something that is exerted on top of the object and kind of tries to push it around, and the object responds to it. In order to apply it to our mesh, we need to select the mesh first, then go to fields and solvers. And then you'll see that there's like a couple of fields that you can choose from. Right now, I will choose, let's start with a radial field. So again, like all of them are kind of self-explanatory in terms of what they do. So let's start with a radial field. And once you create it, you'll see that it appears in the attribute editor here. And then you can affect certain properties of it the same way that you would to a cloth. So if we play right now, you can see that what's happening is that it's kind of trying to blow it away, like trying to, exactly. So it's trying to kind of push it in all directions. And in this case, it's basically like there's a point in space in the center, and just imagine it as if it's like a fan. That is blowing in all directions, just trying to inflate and move this object away. You can also increase the level of control that you have over it by either changing the radial field attributes, but also by limiting the field itself. So there's something called volume control attributes. If you open that drop-down menu and switch the volume shape from none to one of these, let's use a sphere, you will actually create a little limiter for your field. So your field won't work outside of the limit of the sphere that we've just created. In order to change that, we can select the field, press the key R for scaling, and then use the middle yellow box to kind of drag it out, and then replay the simulation. So you can kind of see like now the changes on the outside are simply because this is getting pushed within the middle as well, but it doesn't kind of affect, it tries not to affect it beyond the confines of the sphere. So for example, if you were working with like a lot of these fields, I'm going to rewind again. If you're working with a lot of these fields, usually what happens is that there's a different way that you link the field to an object. Because for example, if I were just to select this field and then duplicate it by pressing Control D, so there's two fields, one on top of another right now. I'm going to press W to move it out of the way, just so we can see it. And let's put it here. If you play it again, like this field is actually not exerting any pressure on the object. That's because the object doesn't know that it's supposed to be linked to it. You just copied this node, but didn't really tell it that it needs to be interacting with the cloth as well. So let's stop it. Go back to the beginning by rewinding. And then again in Windows, in relationship editors, you go to dynamic relationships. Dynamic relationship creates basically links of collision between different objects and elements, and not just collisions, but like interactions between different elements that relate to dynamics in Maya. So for example, like right now we have this cloth, and you can either see that you're affecting the selection modes of fields, collisions, emitters, and all. In this case, we're working with fields. So you can see that the radial field that we created first is highlighted, so it's actually linked to it, but the second one is not, so it doesn't actually affect it. If you click this one as well, that will include it into the simulation. So now you'll have two fields with same properties, which you can just copy around, and then relink in the attribute editor in this way. Sorry, relationships editor in this way, which kind of helps you if you want to proliferate like many different fields or many like different spheres of fields that have the same overall properties, which you can preset in your attribute editor and then just copy around and relink. Going to delete these two for now. And we can also try working with the turbulence field. So again, we select the object, go to fields and solvers, and use a turbulence field this time around. A turbulence field is essentially a field that just creates a deformation within your object, because there's, kind of try to imagine there's like a bunch of vectors pulling the object in very different directions. I'm going to just increase it so it's a bit more clear. So it almost kind of simulates like really shifting wind or shifting, let's say, fluid that kind of is pushing the object around and giving it this like really natural feel of behaving under stress of a certain force. So with this, I think like we can also take a look into some other properties of enclosed that we can exploit, especially if we want to, use it as a way to create a catenary structure, or like before. We can also use it in order to create a minimal structure too. In case you want to kind of simulate let's say a minimal surface within enclosed, I think the easiest way for us is let's redo these constraints a little bit, because we want obviously minimal surfaces to always be constrained on their edges, not on their interior. So I'm going to delete the dynamic constraints that we have right now, and also the field, because we don't want interference from other forces. And then let's go into vertex mode by hovering, right-clicking, and stepping into vertex mode. And then let's choose adjacent vertices. So one here and an adjacent one here. And then let's go to end constraint, transform constraint. And then let's do the same for the other adjacent pair. One here and one here. And then if you want to repeat the previous action, you can just hit the key G. You'll just repeat whatever you did before, which in this case was creating a transform constraint, which now gives us 2. So step back into object mode. Right now, like in order to create the minimal surface, you need to create a surface that kind of shrinks on itself. It shows like a lot of elasticity. So right now, when we play this, nothing really happens because there's no forces being exerted. But what I want to achieve is basically, I'll take this cloth as it is, and in our rest length scale, we'll change the rest length scale to 0. So basically, the cloth will attempt to, compress as much as it possibly can. So that first you will see like that this effect that kind of tries to like crumple up a bit in this like really awkward way. This is because the self collisions of the objects are interfering with its attempt to kind of shrink down. So for minimal surfaces, we will actually turn this off in order to create a nicer simulation. So stop the simulation, rewind to the beginning, select the object, and then in the attribute editor, scroll up until you go back to the collisions. And this time around, instead of just having collisions and self-collisions checked, we are going to uncheck self-collide and then replay the simulation. So right now, it's getting a little bit better, but it is showing a lot of this kind of weird behavior in the beginning, where it kind of bounces around quite a lot. we can also affect how that happens by affecting the stretch damp and also the stretch resistance. So the stretch resistance is quite low right now. We can put it to 1 and then scroll down. And then there's something called stretch damp. If we increase it a little bit, along with damp as well, it should decrease the amount of bouncing. So you can see like the bounce is not as prominent as it was before. And again, I think in order to kind of take more of an advantage of or like a minimal surface like this, we can also animate the positions of the constraints in order to kind of suspend it in space between these 4 points. So the way I'm going to do that is by going to the dynamic constraint, let's say number 2. And then when you select it, rewind to the beginning of the simulation and press the key S. S, whenever you press it, basically locks all of the transformations of the object and adds a keyframe on top of them. So like now we know that their position in first frame should be here, but then let's say in frame 100, we can take it up by pressing W, dragging it up by this vertical axis and hitting S again to confirm that position. We go back to the beginning. You know, as we play, it kind of starts being like this suspended surface that is being stretched between these 4 points. You can also change the point's location later on and kind of break the symmetry of this object as well. So it works like quite well for minimal surfaces. It's also quite nice because you can kind of change the design quite easily, right? Like we can step back into vertex mode. Maybe we will change the central one. Add the transform constraint on top of that one as well. Let's see what we get. Yeah, so a little bit of a suspension here as well. So I think like these kind of effects that you can do are actually quite good because you have a lot of choice in how you approach this. So basically with dynamics, most of the time, it's best to start with something that's a very basic object and just kind of work your way with forces or constraints in order to contort the object into a certain shape. So you don't really start by making the object already, you know, the kind of shape that you want, but you kind of do it by setting up constraints and setting forces so that you end up with something that you might want in the end. But it all starts basically with this like very simple sheet material, which in this case is just this like piece of mesh that is just a completely simple material. So I'm now going to also show another way to kind of control the cloth by using pressure. So in order to do this, we need something a little bit, I think, more elaborate than this, but we can try maybe even from this object itself. I'm going to reset the dynamic attributes of the object a little bit so that we can prepare it for inflation. So in our cloth, we're going to make sure that the rest length scale by selecting the cloth and going to the attribute editor, navigating to dynamic properties and going to rest length scale is again 1 because we don't want it to shrink. And then we also want to change our self collision to be on. So if we play right now, that's looking good. I'm also going to fix these points in space so that they don't move around, which is easy simply by deleting the key. The easiest way to do this, again, is to use the graph editor. So we select the object, go to Windows, Animation Editors, Graph Editor, and we can just select all the keys and delete, which will make them sit in space. There we go. So I'm going to now add a little bit more constraint in order to work with the inflation, because we also want to kind of fix the object in certain places and release it in others so that the inflation looks neater. I'm going to fix the edge of the object completely. We can do this by stepping into edge mode. So right click or hovering above the object, go to edge and then release. Go to the naked edge, which is the edge that is outside the outermost edge, and any of them, just double click. You will activate all of them at once. So once you have that, you can go to end constraint and then transform constraint. This will basically fix it in space. We now also want to add like certain, pinch points within the inside of the object in order to kind of create an interesting inflation pattern. So obviously this constraint that I've been using so far, I've only used on vertices, but they work just as well on other levels of organization with meshes. So meaning edges or faces will also work. So if we go to edges, let's just pick randomly a couple of loops of edges that we can constrain. So let's say select this one, and then while selecting shift, select the one that's on the same line as this one, and then double click the second one. It will create like a full selection of everything in between. So again, we press shift to add to our selection, select one edge, select another edge downstream from this one in the same line, double click while holding down shift, and that gives us another one. And let's do one more here. I'm just creating a little bit of constraints in certain places so we can have a nice effect for the pressure, or the inflation rather. Okay, so let's say that these places are going to be the places where we kind of clip our object down. So in an end constraint, we again choose transform constraint. They will kind of appear as these little points in space. And now we need to introduce the inflation force. So usually it's better for the object to be closed, but it doesn't have to be, as long as you're clear on setting one setting properly. So if you step back to object mode and select your object, in your attribute editor in the enclosed shape, you will be able to find pressure settings. So we've gone through collisions, through dynamic properties, we can collapse those. But then underneath, you can see that there's also something called pressure. So if you open that up, you will see that you have this method of manual pressure setting, which basically just introduces, let's say, a uniform amount of pressure everywhere within the object. And you also have this option of seal holes. So when the object is open like this, you actually don't need this. I would just uncheck it because sometimes it actually confuses the simulation even more. But if you now start playing and then adding a little bit of pressure, you'll see that this is starting to inflate almost like a pillow. And you can kind of tweak a lot of what you can do with this pressure quite easily just by adding more. So, you can even add over one. It will just adjust the slider to something bigger. You will also see that something that's very common in simulations in Maya, when you kind of overdo it, it breaks the simulation. So in this case, it's like the pressure of 4.8 is a bit too much, and it gets confused and kind of creates this huge blob in here, which creates self-intersecting surfaces and a little bit of an issue for the cloth. So because simulations are so sensitive, it's always a good idea to kind of test things out slowly, maybe use keyframing, kind of, or like real-time changes in order to see how much you can get away with, so to speak, with like how much you can change within the object. Let's see what the limit, I think it's around here probably. And again, as before, a nicer result will be achieved if you're using a different collision flag, which right now is back onto vertex. If it was full surface or vertex face, it would work a little bit better, but it would obviously take more time. So within the interest of kind of, let's say, conserving time, I'm using the vertex option right now because it simulates a bit faster. It's also like an interesting way to design because you can also start thinking about like okay, so if this is sagging a bit too much, you can easily add another constraint somewhere in there, right? If you select the object, go to vertex mode, pick that point, go to end constraint, and then transform it again, and then replay the simulation. Yeah, so now the deformation of this part is a little bit more controlled. And the nice thing is that like you can kind of see that the deformation comes from something that's a very simple stitch. Like you can even imagine that this is just like orthogonal in terms of how it's set up, but the deformation result is actually much more exciting because you're using actual physics to simulate how this inflation would happen or what it would look like. So we've kind of looked into how you can use constraints in order to control the object, and also fields that can be added to the object which can further interfere with how the object behaves. And there's also obviously this question of how you can apply, let's say, properties of material onto the cloth, which makes them essentially work in like different ways. So far, we've been working with the default setting, which was the one where you kind of you get what you get from creating the cloth. But there's also other ways in which you can control this and also localize the type of deformation that you might see in an object based on different properties in different areas of the object. So you can basically drive certain properties by using an external force or some other form of information, for example, a texture that can describe which parts of the object should contract or expand, or which parts of the objects maybe are, you know, quite rigid and others are quite flexible, maybe stretchy or not stretchy. And this can also be done by using texture maps, which is also quite a useful way to control, let's say, the behavior of the cloth in Maya. So in order to do that, in order to use a map to control or drive the shape itself, we kind of need to do some prep work before we actually transform this into a cloth. So right now I'm going to delete what we have right here, and I'm going to start again with a plane. But we will use basically a texture map that will tell the plane where to contract and where to expand. So let's just get rid of all of these. And again, I'll create a plane. Shift, right click. Let's create a plane. We're going to make it bigger by pressing R and scaling it up. And this time I'm going to maybe add a little bit more subdivision to it. So let's not go for 30, but like, let's select the object, go to our channel box and layer editor on the side. And our polyplane, instead of making it 30, let's go for 60. Maybe even 100 is fine. Let's just make it a more detailed simulation. So now, again, as we did before, we're going to select it, go to Edit, History, which we will delete all by type, and delete all history in the scene. So we get rid of the inputs that we have for the plane. And then we're also going to freeze transformations in order for this to kind of reset to the basic setup. So we will select the object, hold down space, go to modify, and freeze transformations, and release. So now, because we're going to use the texture in order to drive the changes within the object, I'm going to apply a material to it, which will, you know, help us out to understand like which areas will act in which way. So select your object, hold down right click, and then go to assign new material. And then release. This should create this dialog box, which kind of gives you the standard materials within Maya. Because we're only using this for preview and not for rendering, I think it's quite okay to actually use Lambert material. It's a basic kind of non-reflective Maya material. We're only interested in it because we want to see the texture on top so that we can determine which places are going to shrink and which ones are going to expand. So we can just use Lambert this time around. If you choose it, you know, in your attribute editor on the side, your plane, which we have now, should also have a card attached to it that's called Lambert 2. So in Lambert 2 is basically the information that you have about the material. And the one that we're going to be focusing on is the color. So on the color, we will apply a texture so that we can see it visually in the viewport. And then we're going to use that texture to shrink or expand the cloth in those areas. Or, you know, you can really apply that to any kind of property. And we will be using like a black and white texture in which, you know, white represents the value 1 and black represents the value 0. So any kind of shade of gray that you get in between is basically a multiplier. So for example, if your stretch resistance is 20, but it's in the position within the object where, you know, let's say it's completely white, that means that it remains 20. But if it's somewhere where it's like kind of gray or midway, it will reduce to 10 because you're basically multiplying it by some value between 0 and 1. So if you go to color on this checkerboard here, you can kind of feed it a texture. So just click that. And in the standard Maya 2D textures, you should look for something called ramp. So it's just called ramp, like here. Right now, it's already applied on the object, but you can't really see it because of the type of viewport display that we're using. In order to switch to textured and shaded display, press the key 6 on above your letters on your keyboard, and it should create this kind of setup because it now actually shows you it's a ramp map that goes from a white to a black area. And you have a gradient here which controls that. So you can move it around by grabbing this little circle on the top, kind of limit it in a different way. And you can also add new colors into it by just clicking anywhere within the gradient, and it kind of creates a new color. So this is a new color node that you can change. So you again press it here, and the selected color, again, you can change it by sliding the slider underneath. So this kind of gives us an opportunity to kind of create maybe more or less stretch in this area or vice versa, so that we can kind of pinch the fabric based on a texture that we apply to it. This texture will work just as well with anything that's also an image-based file, so you can even take it from somewhere else. It doesn't have to be something that you create in Maya. The difference is just that when you create the texture, you will choose the type file instead of ramp. So you can kind of use this ramp right now to kind of create a little bit of difference in how this cloth behaves. The reason we do this prior to making it into a cloth is because we still want this color to relate to the same part of the object. If you do it after, which you can, the mapping tends to get confused. So as your object moves through space, mapping kind of slips away. This way, it actually is painted on, so to speak, onto the object as it is. So in this attribute editor for your ramp, in your V wave, because our type of ramp is V ramp, just give it like a bigger value so that we can kind of see this ripple happening like that. And now we are ready to apply the cloth effect to it and then use this to drive the kind of different behavior within the cloth. So again, select the object as we did before. Navigate to FX tab if you're not already there. Go to end cloth and then create an end cloth. Once you create an end cloth and then you play it, it will, behave similarly to how it did before. There is no ground, so it's just falling through space. What we're going to do is rewind to the beginning and make sure in our nucleus, which we can select from our outliner, and then navigating back into our attribute editor, that for the ground plane, we kind of use a plane so that it collides with something, making it, not fall through space aimlessly. But now we also want to take this texture and actually apply it as a difference in how the cloth behaves within the texture, using the texture as a driver for that change. So if we select the object, we can now navigate to end cloth shape 1. So basically it's the node which stores all the information about your cloth. So if we go back to our dynamic properties, you'll see all of these dynamic properties that we were using before, like that exist in this upper tab of the dynamic properties subgroup. Something underneath here is called dynamic properties maps. So this actually mirrors everything that happens here. It's just that this presupposes that there's a map that feeds into it that kind of gives it a different, let's say, property in each space and in each place on the object based on the map itself. So we need to link whatever we have here as a texture map into this dynamic properties maps here. In order to do so, it's the easiest way that I personally found is to display more nodes in your outliner, which contain also the hidden nodes. One of them is also texture files, and then link it back. In order to do that, in your outliner in display, you need to change this from DAG objects only to an unchecked version of it, which uncovers all of these different nodes that are kind of hidden nodes. You don't really need in modeling, but they still exist in Maya in some form. But then you also see when you scroll through them, eventually you'll also hit one that says ramp, which is our texture here. So what we want to do is to link this texture to, let's say, rest length map. What we will do is hover above it in the outliner using our middle mouse button while hovering over it, click it, hold, and then drag over here over the rest length map part underneath this kind of texture thing, and then release. And if a connection has been established, you'll have this little box here with an arrow pointing in because there's an input here now. Now, if you try to play it, probably create a little bit of a mess because it's trying to contract in these areas where there's black quite a lot. So let's see. So the result is slightly messy, which we can basically affect by making sure that this black is not too black, because basically we don't want our rest length to go to 0, but it could go to like half its current size. And the best way to control this, of course, is to go to the ramp and then make sure that this black is not black, but something like grayish. It's tougher to see perhaps, but you can see the difference in terms of like the simulation itself. Right now, our gray, which I'll change to black just for visual purposes, is kind of in this drop off that's like very, very soft. So basically just goes from white to gray to black. Like it's a very soft drop off. If you want to sharpen this in order to kind of create a little bit more of like an obvious constriction in these areas and expansion in the white areas, we can also kind of create a little bit more of a difference in this gradient by taking the white element, like the white color node, and just pushing it a little bit closer to the black one, so that we have larger areas that are going to become or remain rather unaffected. Again, I'll make this maybe gray and then play the simulation again. So you can kind of see now it's a little bit better in terms of like, you can kind of see that it's almost as if there was a stitch in the fabric here that was now being pulled so that the thread is kind of compressing. You could feasibly do something similar with like components constraints, but it would take so much more time to actually apply, components all around here and then change their rest length, when actually with the texture it's quite easy, right? So you kind of just, apply it once, make it contract in those areas with like a bitmap, and then you kind of get a very similar effect. So let's maybe make this a little bit grayer still. And let's see how it works. So you can kind of see how even with this happening, your object is kind of getting a bit confused in areas where the rest length is too, let's say, too small, kind of creates these very weird ruffles. I think one of the ways to kind of circumvent this and also make it look maybe a little bit nicer is to make sure that your self-collision thickness isn't too high, because if it's too big, it's kind of like trying to ruffle like a very thick sheet material. So if we select this object and navigate up and go to collisions, I think the self collision width scale here is quite high. So we can make it smaller. Let's switch it from 3 to 1. Let's see. So you can see like the difference is a bit more obvious because now the cloth itself is almost like maybe changing between what used to be like a rubber sheet, and maybe this is like a silk sheet now because it's much thinner. So when it kind of constricts, it's less interrupted by itself as it kind of folds in on itself. We can also change, again, the self collision flag to vertex face, just to see a little bit of a better outcome. There we go. So this kind of, object that looks quite random actually is basically made from a very, very clear type of like deformation, but it's very difficult to reproduce unless you're actually using simulation. Like modeling this will just be a pain. So, basically Maya was created mostly for behavior fabrics and maybe character design. So like when clothes move, that they move in a way that is useful, but this is, I think, like easily hackable for other purposes as well. Either if you're interested in fashion or architecture or any kind of other, like maybe pavilion design, you can find ways in which you can utilize this kind of engine to make it quite good for design. So for example, now because we're seeing like there's this issue of how this is being recorded or simulated, and it always takes a really long time for us to, I mean, in this case, it's not so bad, but if the scene was more complex, it would take a really long time for something to simulate. And it's also frustrating, especially if you're recording animations or if you're doing renderings, like you kind of want to check what's happening in any given time, place and time, so that you can tell that, the camera is not intersecting with the object, or that the object doesn't look quite weird. But you can't really do that with simulation because you need to simulate every time all of the frames. So if you scrub to a certain frame, it just doesn't do anything because it didn't even get a chance to simulate without playing. The way to kind of limit this, or to kind of store that information about deformation on your machine and then just kind of run with that and not really care about like simulating every time, you need to do something that's called caching. So with like dynamics, whether they're cloths or particles or hair or whatever, you can cache the information about deformation so that you can kind of create it as a scrubbable animation, so to speak. So if we rewind to the beginning, maybe I will take, let's say, 200 frames of this simulation. I will limit it to 200 on our timeline in these brackets here. So that our timeline is now cut to 200 frames. I'm going to record this animation into a cache file. So you'll select your object, you remain in FX, and then next to nConstraint, there's something called ncache. So if you go to ncache and you create new cache, you can choose an n object, which is basically what a cloth is. So it will play, and you should just let it, go during its runtime. I think like I might even stop it at 100 because this is already looking quite settled in what is going to look like. Let's say we can stop at 100. To stop it, you just need to press escape. It will stop caching. So it cached until 101 frames. Let's limit our frames to 101. And now you will see that actually when you scrub, it actually does record the animation because all of your cache files are somewhere now stored in your computer, usually in the default project folder in the in cache. And basically, because now this is just an animation, you can scrub through it, move to any point in time. But if you were to change any of the properties of the object right now, it will just not respond to any sort of change. It just kind of is reading information from your machine and is not simulating anymore, which makes it easy for you if you're like rendering or like thinking about how you want to deal with this. It kind of makes it very easy for you to kind of check every frame, but you cannot any longer change any properties of the object itself. You can only scrub through it and see it for what it is, but you can't really change any of the dynamic properties anymore, so you can't set up anything new. However, if you, for example, are no longer happy with this and you want to restart and go back to it being like an active dynamic object, you can simply unlink or delete the cache that is attached to the object by selecting it, going back to end cache, and instead of going to create new cache, you just delete it. I'm not going to delete it just now because I also want to show another quite useful tool for visualization when an object is cached. Because, for example, there are quite a lot of different stages or states in which this object will be over time. So if you wanted to like visualize them a little bit better so you can actually see how it's changing, or even just create like a very nice visual, you can use animation snapshot to kind of visualize that change over time, especially if you're checking it against something. If this was moving through space a lot more, it would be maybe interesting to see, or important to see if you're rendering it. In order to do that, you need to use animation snapshot, which is located in the animation tab. So you would select your object, which is now cached. I have not detached the cache yet. And then we can go to our FX tab and switch it to animation. And then visualize, which is going to be in your newly formed ribbon for animation. You can do create animation snapshot, but instead of just clicking that, click the option box next to it. Like whenever there's options that you can set within a tool within Maya, there's always this like little square next to it. And then we have start time 1 and time 100, which is fine. And then an increment at which you know, an object's state will be recorded. I think because we have like 100 frames, let's make this 5, which basically means 100 divided by 5 is like we'll have 20 new objects. And then just hit apply. So this kind of creates an overlay of all of the different frames, like frame 0, and then 5, and then 10, and then 15, and places them in one position. So I'm going to go to my outliner again, go to display, and check DAG objects only. And then go to my snapshot group, which is created as a separate object. And I'm going to isolate the view on it by pressing Control and 1. This isolates the view. Basically, it kind of hides all the other objects. Only the selected object that you had selected when you pressed Control and 1 will be in view. And you can kind of see that it's like an overlay of all of these elements that you had before. So I'm going to select this group and press 3. It might take a while for your computer to calculate that. But for those who are not accustomed to using Maya, all of this time, we've only been modeling in mode 1. So there's in Maya, because of the smoothing Catmull-Clark algorithm that is used to create smoothness in the meshes, you have mode 1 and 3. 1 is basically a simple mesh as it is. It kind of visualizes it exactly as it is. And mode 3 creates like these smooth meshes out of a jagged mesh that you had before by interpolating the curves in between them, almost like a French curve for those who know more about it. So this is kind of showing you like the full, let's say, transformation time of your animation as it is. And animation snapshot will also change if you change something within the animation itself, which will update. I think it kind of also creates like a very nice visual record of the changes within your object. You can use it for any type of animation as long as the object is this polygon that kind of changes over time that you're recording in some way.
Yeah, hey, Alexander.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 questions in Q&A that are maybe
Okay.
good to clear up real quick. I think they're difficult. I just didn't know the answer to that.
Yeah, sure. So inverting the gravity. So we invert the gravity in the nucleus. So if you go back to your nucleus, in gravity and wind, the gravity direction is always controlled here. So basically whatever you have, gravity is just like a force, and it makes a gravity simply because it's pointing to the ground. Right now it's like -1, which means it's pointing down. But if you
make it 1, it will point up. And for those of you who haven't noticed already, in Maya, the up axis is actually Y axis. So it's X, Y, and Z. If Y is 1, it means that the gravity is pointing up now. Or if it's -1, it's pointing down. So let's see. Scaling the field, you scale it as if you would scale any other object. So basically, you just select the field and hit R, and then you scale it. So the way that you've, scale a box or any kind of other element, you can do the same to a field. Can drag and drop. So it says, for some reason, I can't drag and drop the ramp map to rest length map type. Do you have any idea what is happening? Well, it can be like very different things, but usually you just have to check that this is set to texture. If it's set to per vertex, that means that you're painting the properties onto the vertex, which is a bit of a different process in which you can do this. So just make sure it's already set to texture, and make sure that you're dragging the ramp not here, like not where it says deform map type and then texture, but to the place where it says deform map. So it's important that you release while you're hovering above this text rather than this one. This one is just saying whether it's a texture or a per vertex property. So it should not be an issue if you kind of hover above the form map, that where it says this like little text line here. So I think like so far we made like good headway on what you can do with a fabric within Maya. These are all very basic, basically just using like a plane. I think like in general, when you're working with cloths, like I was saying, constraints and fields are the best way in which you can kind of shape or deform the cloth, obviously. You can't really affect it by adding any kind of typical transformation of object on top of it. Like you can't really extrude and bridge and stuff like that after an object has become a cloth. You can do it, but the simulation itself will still follow the basic shape of the cloth that it was prior to you doing something to it after you've turned it into a cloth. I think it would be also good to kind of also try some volumetric examples before we move on to recreating some of the examples that we saw in the images. So right now, so far I've only been working with like flat sheets, but cloths can also be, closed objects. So right now I'm going to delete all of the objects in the scene. And now instead of starting with the plane, we'll start with a box. So Shift, right click, start with a cube, and then release. Again, we will scale the cube, making it a bit bigger. And now let's do a little bit of modeling before we turn it into a cloth. So if we step into face mode, we can select all of the faces of this box by dragging and selecting. And then with Shift, right click, we can go to extrude face and then release. So when you're extruding faces, they will by default kind of try to extrude all together. In this case, we don't want to like just offset the faces as a full object. We want to offset them as separate elements. The gizmo that appears is a gizmo that allows you to like move stuff around either by translation or scaling or rotation. So essentially, like we're now using only translation with the blue axis. We also want to offset them like separately. So in your poly extrude face tab, that which should appear when you're extruding, you need to check your keep faces together instead of on. You need to switch it to off. So basically all of the faces will be extruding like this. Because we're working with cloths and dynamic objects, a good rule of thumb is to always try to work with tessellations or like subdivisions within the object, which are sort of uniform. So always tend to try to create your object from like uniform squares, however it is that you use it. So it's like not a very good idea to have let's say, you know, something like this, like if you had an object like this, and then all of a sudden you added like 10 subdivisions here, which creates these faces within your object that are very distorted. So what you're usually going for is basically trying to always make everything into a square that's creating your object. So instead of like going further out, I'm going to stop here, which kind of looks like a uniform square. And then I'm going to hit G in order to repeat the action, which in this case was extrusion. I'm going to add another square. So again, like we're building an object which is self-similar in terms of the faces that create it. Because usually, you know, if you're doing it the other way around and the faces are not really uniform, it kind of gives pretty poor results, I would say, with regards to how it kind of deals with deformation within simulation mode. So now I'm going to step back into face mode. And I'm not going to select all of them. I'm going to just select a few of them and not the other ones. So let's say, let's take this one, and this one. This is like the selections that I'm making are random, so feel free to select however you like. While still in face mode, we're going to go to Shift, right click again, and go to Extrude Face again, and then add another face here. And then press Q for select, which basically releases your extrude node or extrude mode. And then you're only having these faces selected as they are. And now instead of selecting all of the neighboring faces one by one, we're going to grow the selection. You can grow the selection by pressing Shift. And then if you're pressing your Shift that is like on the right-hand side of your keyboard, just 2 keys over to the left, there's like that sign in maths that we use that says greater than. So if you press Shift and that sign, it will grow your selection by 1. So basically the face just attaches to the selection all the faces that are around it as well. And now I'm going to extrude again by pressing Shift, right click, extrude face. And then again, keep faces together should be off. And we create another extrusion. I'm basically only doing this because I want to create a little bit of asymmetry in the object itself. It doesn't really matter how you do it. The only thing that matters is that we're going to get rid of these like external, let's say, elements. So if you press Q right now, you can just get rid of these faces that are on the edge. And we're going to do the same with the ones that we didn't extrude. So here, here, and here, you can also kill it. So we have something like this. So right now, I would also like to add a little bit of a rim around the edges of each one of these. So basically, we'll turn this eventually into a minimal surface. So people who are kind of maybe familiar with the work of Anish Kapoor, it kind of looks like what he does with minimal surfaces. So if we hold right click and then go to edge mode, I'm just going to add a little bit of a rim on all of these outer external or naked edges by selecting all of the edges together. And then with Control and right click hovering above, you should get this rollout menu that's different to your extrusion menu, like where you have transformations. This is transforming selections rather than the object itself. You go to selection constraints and then release. And then you can change the propagation here or change the let's say the way in which you select objects within this edge mode by going to all and next, and then you choosing the location as on border. So this basically kind of only selects the border edges because those are the only ones that I need. Ignores everything else inside. Before you close this polygon selection constraints, always make sure that you choose close and reset, because otherwise it will keep doing this. So you might not know why when you select another object, it constantly just keeps selecting the naked edges. Just close and reset. And we're just going to add a little bit more of extrusion here, just to add a little bit more dramatic of an opening once this becomes a minimal surface. So Shift, right click, extrude edge again. But this time, instead of extruding a face, we're extruding an edge. I'll just make it a little bit more. It won't be a perfect square, but that's okay in this case, because we only just want to kind of emphasize a little bit more the opening. So even something like this should be okay. Let's maybe expand it a little bit more. Yeah, that looks quite good. So now we're going to go to object mode again, release. And let's just make sure that we delete the history and everything else before we step into turning this into a cloth. So edit, delete all by type, delete history. And then we're going to save a version of this, because it's always a good idea in Maya to save lower poly, so to speak, versions of objects, which still don't have enough subdivisions, especially when you're moving into dynamics, because dynamics usually work with high poly objects, which can be very unforgiving for editing in Maya. So we'll duplicate this by selecting it and pressing Control D. So in your outline, you'll have two objects, they're just sitting on top of one another. The first one, the original one, you can select it and then use Control H to hide, because we don't really need it. Only need the second one. So the second one, now we're going to smooth out. So before we were inputting like the smooth options basically directly into the plane itself, because it already had the option for us to increase the subdivisions. But because this is now a passive object that doesn't really have any nodes attached to it, we're going to have to use a smoothing method in order to add more subdivisions into it. So in your ribbon, right here, like where it says poly modeling, there's this icon that shows like 4 faces becoming 16. So basically you just select your object and you hit that, and it basically adds subdivisions. Each face becomes 4 new ones. So because we're turning this into a cloth, it's a good thing to add a little bit more. So we're going to select it, press G to repeat this action, add a bit more, and I think maybe this is enough, but yeah, let's keep it here because I just don't want the simulation to be too slow. What the hell? We'll add one more level of subdivision by hitting G. It's going to be a bit slower, but I think like a nicer result. Did you turn off backface color? Yeah, so for the question about the backface color, yes, in lighting, I've turned on two-sided lighting, which basically just makes, the entire object lit. If I uncheck it, you'll see that the internal backface will become black. So this one is gone. How do we select edges again? So if this question is about selecting the edges in general, it's by stepping into edge mode. So you hover or select your object, just hover above it, right click, go to edge mode. But if you want to only select the edges that are the ones on the naked edge, or like the ones on the outer area, you need to first select all of them, then to go to Control, right click, and hold until this roll-up menu appears. Go to Selection Constraints, Release, and then in your constraint type, you're choosing All and Next because you want to like apply the selection to everything in this selection. And then you're also choosing the location as on border, because then it knows that it's only supposed to select the edges that are on the outer rim of the object, not the ones that are in the central area. After you do that, you just go to Close and Reset, and you move on. So, okay, these are gone. That's good. So now that we're here, again, we're ready to turn this into a cloth. What we're going to do is first delete the history as always. So select the object, edit, delete all by type, delete history. And we're also freezing the transformations like before. So select the object, press space, go to modify, then freeze transformations, and then release. So for example, with this object, we want to turn it into a minimal surface of some sort. What I'm going to do is first turn it into a cloth. So animation tab needs to switch back to effects tab. Go to our end cloth. And then create end cloth. So now when we play, let's see just the speed. Oh, it's not too bad. It's just kind of falling through space. What we want is to like fix these elements in space. So because I don't want to like fix all of them into one transform constraint, I'm first going to select all of the edges. Again, we do that by selecting the object, stepping into edge mode. But this time, sometimes once you create like a cloth object, when you use the same method of control and right click, it doesn't really show the rollout menu again, but that doesn't matter because you can also access it in another way. So first select all of the edges, go to select here, and then you can convert selection to edge perimeter. And that only selects the outer rim of this object. I'm going to leave a few of them free because I want them to be a separate transform constraint so that I can deform them in space. So in order to do that, you will now, to remove stuff from the selection, you hold down Control while hovering above, let's say, one of these edges. So hold down Control, hover above it, and then double click in order to remove it from the selection. So I will remove this one, maybe that one. Again, this is going to be pretty random, so feel free to choose your own. Okay, the rest of these I can just fix in space. So I'm just going to go to end constraint and then transform constraint. So now when we play it, the rest of these will sag kind of ridiculously, and then the other ones are going to be fixed in space. We go back up. So basically the ones that are remaining, I also want to turn them into constraints, just to like ones that are separate so that I can animate them separately. So again, I step into edge mode, double click to select the entire rim and constraint, transform constraint. I'm just going to keep doing this until I get all of them. So again, edge mode, transform constraint. Now we can simply hit G because it already exists as a command, like a previous command. Let's see all of the ones that are still missing. This one, go to, let's say, this one as well. Which one? Okay, this one is still left. I think that's it, but the easiest way to track is also just play it and see if something snaps out of place. Nope, everything looks good. And now in object mode, we select our object, go to our attribute editor, and where are we? There we go. So like we did before, we're going to uncheck self-collide. Let's see, play. Okay. Make sure that our stretch resistance, let's make it 5. And then in our dynamic properties, also find the rest length scale and reduce that to 0. Okay, that's looking good. So basically you can now see why I was expanding the rim. Like it just looks a little bit more dramatic when there's an additional extrusion of the rim because these like openings become a little bit more pronounced. You'll also be able to see like now somehow for some reason our tessellation looks a little bit jagged. Like you have these elements that are like zigzagging when they really shouldn't be. This is because there's also some compression going on. And if the compression resistance is low, like 10, it will also allow compression in all directions. So usually in order to kind of fix this, it's kind of enough to just increase the compression resistance quite a lot. Don't overdo it, obviously, because we don't also want to like affect the simulation in terms of like the shape itself, But you can now see that the subdivision is actually smooth again, like it doesn't really show those jagged elements, as opposed to like when it's very low. Just save this for a second. Okay, so that's looking quite good. It is wobbling quite a lot. So again, like we did before, usually the best way to tweak this is to deal with the damp. So if we go down to stretch damp, we can increase the stretch damp as well as the damp a little bit. Okay, it's a little bit less of a bounce, which I think is looking better. And now let's kind of distort this setup a little bit just by animating the remaining positions of the cloth. So I created one like major transform constraint, which was basically holding most rims in place. But let's say with these, we actually want to move them around. So an easy way to like do it like quickly, so you don't need to do it one by one, is basically go to frame 0, frame 1, select all of the ones that are not the main one, hit the key S to basically to confirm their location. And then let's say on frame 100, I'm just going to move them around. So move this one here, maybe move that one there, maybe a bit to the side, so there's a little bit more distortion. That one could move down, and maybe a little bit to the front. This one, well, to the side and down. And this one maybe up and diagonally. And now that you've moved all of them and you're in a different position, before you change the frame, because you will lose this information, you need to shift and then select all of them from the outliner and then hit the key S in order to confirm this new location. So we will see like the directions in which they will spread around as I play it again. So we rewind and play again, and then see how the element kind of reacts to this stretch. See. It's looking quite good. So we kind of have like a more of a deformed element. I think like also what's really nice about this is because it originates from the same object, like the object is topologically always the same, meaning that like the number of subdivisions, faces, and edges and hierarchies in which they are in are always like as they were from the beginning because they didn't really change. It also creates like a topologically concordant object, which means that you can use other properties in Maya in order to interpolate between this object and another one. So for example, if you were to match this object to the previous one, they're topologically similar, which means that you can use blend shaping. Blend shaping in Maya is basically interpolating from one state of an object to another one if the two objects are basically just deformed versions of the previous one. So if something is a cube, but then you move around a bunch of vertices of the cube, it's still topologically a cube. It's just that it looks a bit different. But it cannot be that you can meld between an object that is a cube and an object that has like 20 faces, because that's no longer a cube. A cube has 6. So this kind of topological concordance, which is achieved within dynamics, because you're always starting with an object that gets deformed by forces rather than by modeling transformations, makes it easy for you to use blend shaping. What blend shaping does is basically can kind of interpolate between different states of an object and create that as an animation rather than a simulation. So for example, to show what I mean, I will take the first version of this object as there is right now and press Ctrl D to duplicate it. And I will just move that duplicate out of the way. Then I will play it in order for it to simulate, to go to like a different version of it. Just wait for it to run out. And then maybe stop it here. And I'm going to save this version of the object as well by pressing Ctrl D and moving it over. So these look different but for all intents and purposes for Maya, they are one and the same thing. So we can use blend shaping in order to interpolate between the two of them and create intermediary stages in between, not only by simulating, but also by creating this like kind of melding strategy, which is what is usually used like when you animate characters. You only animate maybe, you know, extremes of the position of the character, for example, as with rigging, and then blend shaping can take care of a lot of the stuff in between. So if we have this object here and we target it to this one by pressing Shift and clicking it, we can connect them together by stepping into our modeling tab and then going to deform and then choosing blend shape. Nothing will happen when you do it. Like, as long as your command line here is not red, it means that it worked properly. Had the objects not been the same, like if you were trying to blend shape, for example, between, I'll just create a random object in the scene to demonstrate what it means. Like, these two objects are completely different. Like, the number of faces they have and vertices are just not the same. So if you try to blend shape between these, it will actually give you an error. Like, you could see like a flash of red for a second. You can open the command line and read it. Basically, we'll just say target output cloth does not match with base sphere shape 1. So these two match, which is why you could do it. So now, if you select this object and you go to your attribute editor, in all of these little cards that we have that were before, like output cloth and nucleus and all the other stuff, if you scroll through them while hovering above them, like you can kind of scroll by using your scroll, but if you're hovering above them as well, just navigate to a card that says blend shape. And in this case, it's blend shape 1. Right now, the blending is 0. So if you drag this slider, you'll actually see that you can kind of control how much it blends between one another based on this slider. So you can actually see that it will actually be quite interesting to see, you know, all of the transformations that we've done with the plane in the beginning. You can link all of them together with blend shaping because all of them come from the same plane. They all come from like a 10 by 10, or I think it was 30 by 30 grid. So you could have like an animation that runs between all of these objects in continuity, which can look quite good. So I think like this is also one of the reasons why using deformation with cloth is quite interesting, because you create objects that look very different, but topologically are essentially the same. So if you wanted to kind of, again, animate this to show these different stages, like we were doing before with the animation snapshot, you can also do it for this type of object when it's just a polygon. So it's not like an encloth. Again, the way that we do it is rather similar by using keyframing. So you need to go back to the beginning of the simulation. Make sure that the key for the blend shape in this stage is 0. So you go to this one, right click, set key, which is 0. And then at around 100, just crank it up to 1. But then make sure that you right click again and set key again. So now when you play, it will also change. Obviously, the more natural change is the change that is simulated rather than the one that's blended in between. But for some reason, sometimes you might opt for one or the other, depending on if you're looking for performance or you're looking for like ease of modeling, because obviously cloth will always take longer. In order to kind of, if you have other stuff happening in the scene that's not cloth, but you want to see it, in order for you not to wait for the cloth to simulate in parallel, you can also toggle it off. So you just select your cloth, go to your attribute editor, and if you scroll all the way up, instead of enabling being ticked on, you can tick it off. And then you have your simulation running without the change in the cloth, which makes it very fast. So you can just come check it. So again, if we wanted to add an animation snapshot on top of this, we would start at the beginning, we already added those keys in our blend shape. I can see them because they're red. And then in the animation tab, in visualize, and create animation snapshot. We can choose 1 to 100 with an increment of, let's say, 3 this time around. Then apply. There it is. Less exciting for sure than the other one, simply because there's less movement, but still records. Let's see some of the internal ones. Yeah, that looks better when we actually remove the outer one. Let's remove the snapshot right now. I think we've covered quite a lot in this first segment, so I think now maybe is a good time for us to take a little bit of a break. Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, let's do that. How long are you thinking?
Yeah, maybe like 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Is that okay?
I think, can we do like 10? This
Yeah.
might be a long time for idle. If we
Yeah.
could do like two 10-minute breaks.
Yeah. Okay, let's do 10.
All right. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yep. See you soon. Hi, everyone. I think we can resume right now. So I think like this first segment was quite good. We've covered quite a lot in terms of like the general set out of cloth in Maya. I would also like to show some interaction between, cloth and other objects, because you can also have that. Right now, so far we've only been working with like cloth as a singular object, but it actually does interact with other elements. It interacts with other n objects, and it can also interact with like basic polygons if they're turned into if they're turned into an object that responds to them. So these are usually referred to as like as n-rigids. So let's say maybe we can even use this sphere to demonstrate that. I think that would be fine. So right now this cloth is disabled, which is what we need, and I'll create another one just to kind of show how that would work with like a very basic plot. So let's create just a very simple plane. So shift, right click. Maybe we can create disk this time instead of a plane. And just scale it up as we did before. So press R. If you're somewhere else in the scene and you just want to focus back on the object that you're actually selecting, you can press F. It will just, it's like zoom selected in Rhino. So let's scale it up. I'm going to move it over by pressing W and just sliding it over along this axis. And taking it above this, this sphere. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And now we're going to add subdivisions to it so that it can compute properly. So select the objects, and then again in your poly modeling tab, which is on your ribbon above, you can add some subdivisions to it. So it's like 1, 2 maybe by pressing G. That's how we add more. Let's say 3. I think that's okay. So now in order to like kind of delete the history and prepare this object for cloth, we select the object. This time around, don't use delete all by type, just delete by type and choose history, because deleting all by type deletes the history of all of the objects from the entire scene. And we still don't want to like maybe get rid of, whatever's happening with this cloth. Right now it's off, but it's still there. It could unlink and kill the cloth in the simulation if you just delete a history from everything. Because history also deletes connections in between nodes and the objects themselves. So shape nodes actually don't recognize that they're connected to like an animation or a simulation anymore. So it's a good thing that usually when you use deformers or n objects or the simulation of any kind, if you're deleting a history of an object, just focus on that object, not all of them. If you're modeling, then it doesn't really matter because you kind of want a clean scene anyway, and not getting rid of history on time, especially in modeling, can be very detrimental, and Maya is in general a very unstable piece of software, so it's good to remove it when you can. So with this object, we can now turn it into a cloth because I think, okay, so I also want to freeze the transformations before that. I didn't do this. So select it, space, modify, freeze transformations. There we go. So let's switch our animation tab to an effects tab. And now this object we can turn into a cloth. With then cloth, create and cloth, and then release. And if we let it play, it will just pass through the sphere like it's not there. The reason this is happening is because this sphere is just like a passive polygonal object in Maya's interface. Like it doesn't really recognize it as anything that's relevant to the dynamics simulation. So in order for us to make it, linked to it, but not itself, it doesn't need to do anything. It just needs to be, like a ground or like an object against which this cloth collides. We only need to select the sphere. I'm going to delete its history as well. So we go to edit, delete by type, history. And then an encloth, instead of turning into an encloth, you just turn it into a passive collider. So passive collider, like in and of itself, like nothing will happen to it. It's not really linked to any kind of, dynamic behavior, but other end objects like this cloth will recognize it as something that's an object that they need to intersect with, or rather avoid intersection and collide with. So you can kind of see that, well, now our animation elapsed at 100. Let's just expand that to 1,000 so it runs for a longer time. Now you can actually see that this object kind of wraps around the sphere because it's now recognizing it as something that, you know, you should actually collide with. So you can kind of also imagine, like in the way that you might model tablecloth or something on top of a table, is actually probably better to do it like this than to try to actually shape it in that way by modeling. You can now see that it's also slipping off. It's probably because the shape itself, when it was created, was not really fully aligned with the center of the sphere, but that's okay because we can also affect that by increasing the stickiness. So these materials also have, like, in their interaction, they have certain properties that they can exhibit, which relate to like friction or stickiness or damp and stuff like that. So stickiness, essentially, as you might imagine, just makes an object kind of stick or adhere to another object a bit more. So what we're going to do is we'll select this cloth, go to our attribute editor, and just like, let's see what it's right now. Stickiness is 0, so it kind of just slips off the rigid, but you can change it to something else. I'm actually not going to make the cloth sticky, but I'm going to make the sphere itself sticky because now it's an N rigid, which is basically what the passive collider thing is. Like that's this. The same as you have a cloth like a node in your outliner, you also have an N rigid node, which is this little pinball. So we will select the sphere, or you can select this one, doesn't matter. We'll navigate you to the N rigid shape in the attribute editor either way. And let's just increase stickiness all the way up to 2. Then run the simulation again. Let's just see how that will look. Might look a bit odd if it's too high, but right now for sure it should not end up, you know, slipping off the sphere like it did before. Yeah, there we go. It's adhering to it. So there's like simple tricks like that as well that can help you, because like I was saying before, simulations do tend to be quite volatile, so you never know what you're gonna get. So it's good to kind of tweak stuff like this as well. So this is basically just like a way to show how it also can kind of communicate in between, how, let's say, an object can also communicate between like an object that's a passive object and an object, which is what a cloth is. So a rigid, you know, is not going to be affected by stuff like, you know, gravity or other fields or constraints. It's just a sphere, but it will be read as something for the object to collide with when it moves through space. Similarly, like you can also create kind of binding in between, let's say, a constraint and another object, or like let's say the cloth itself, like we were doing before. So let's kind of make that as well, because I think it also can show quite a nice and dynamic change within time. I'm going to disable this cloth for now. I'm going to create a new cloth that we can kind of drag through space by using a selection constraint. So we're going to do again Shift, right click, and we're going to create a disk. Press F to focus, and then W to translate. Zoom out and move over in this direction this time around. This time we're going to start with something a bit simpler. So I'm going to just scale it up a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. Select this object, go to my channel box layer editor, and in our polydisk node within our inputs, make sure that the number of sides, or sorry, not the sides, but the subdivisions is 1. Basically, we just want like this little disk that's a hexagon that you have like these 6 sides on. And now I'm going to step into edge mode. and then double click on the outer edge or the naked edge so that we can select the whole loop. And then Shift, right click, extrude. And same as we did with the face, as we're dragging it out, extruding it, we also want to make sure that keep faces together is off. So basically we've created like this almost like starfish shape, but we also want this edge to be a guideline into how many subdivisions this edge here will have. We're going to make it quite big, but then the number of subdivisions here maybe is 5. No, we need more, maybe 10. Yeah, 10 looks a bit more appropriate. But let's make it even a bit longer, and then this can be 20, let's say. There we go. So basically, if you add subdivisions here, you can see that they kind of update at like an equidistant in equidistant increments, even as you're extruding. So that is another way to add increments as well that works, I think, quite well. So okay, I think we are happy with this. Maybe I will just taper these, starfish legs a little bit. So in order to like taper something that you've extruded, so it kind of ends up in like a more trapezoidal shape, you need to switch your extrusion transformation mode from translation, which is what it is right now, and we need to go into scaling. In order to switch, you need to hover above any of these boxes, click them once, and then use the central box to scale it in, and you'll see that it kind of scales uniformly, so it's kind of like a straight line from this one to here. Yeah, I think this looks, yeah, looks quite good. So we can now release by pressing Q, switching to selection mode, which releases our extrusion tool. Then take object mode, select this again, and then make sure that the history is deleted. Delete by type, history, goodbye. So now we're going to give a little bit of like a trajectory to this element here to follow. Let's try to, instead of trying to kind of animate where this would go, or rather should go, we're going to create a transform constraint, which we will then move around. So let's take this object, I'm going to freeze transformations, modify, freeze transformations. Then we will go to FX, turn it into an encloth. And then we're going to take the center of the object, say, go to face mode. And then create a transform constraint there. And wind back up to the beginning of the simulation. We will select this constraint, the new one, the latest one. Press S to record all of our keys. Maybe it's 160. We move it up, press S again. So you just kind of keep changing it however you prefer, but always keep a record of how you change it, As you move to the next step, you always press S when you're ready with the position or happy with the position that you've created in order to confirm the key. Let's stop here. I think that's fine. So right now you can almost see it as almost as if like it is some kind of like a jellyfish, let's say. There we go. And let's take a look at the motion graph of this jellyfish. So we will take our dynamic constraint number 7 and then open up our animation editors within the graph editor. So right now, let's see how this works. So it goes quite, let's say, quite fast at some point and quite slow at others. So because I can see that the rate of change in this graph goes like from a very slow changing element to a very fast changing element, I would just say that these set of keys, the last one, should probably just extend a little bit longer, which basically you can do by selecting all of them together, then pressing Shift, and then using your middle mouse button, which would turn into like this little question mark almost. And if you slide over to the side, it kind of keeps it on the same amounts, like the value of the position is the same. But then you can kind of give it a little bit more time to move into that position. Let's see how that looks. Maybe it's a bit even too slow now. All right. So for example, if you wanted to make it faster, we just basically want to like crunch all of these keyframes into a smaller amount of time. So we just have to select all of the keyframes. And then we need this tool here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4th from the left, which creates this like almost like scaling box. And then if you grab this side here and you compress it, our object should move faster, which is exactly what it does. So essentially in this kind of graph editor, it's very understandable that the vertical axis is, let's say, the value of change, like whatever the value of the attribute that we're changing is. And the horizontal one, which you see in the top, is basically the time during which that change occurs. That's why we can make it faster even. So that's much easier than like trying to move the keys themselves in the animation, because that usually has quite a weird result. Right now our last key is on 240. Let's limit our timeline to 280. Close this. That looks good. And let's turn this into like a cached file. So we can select our object, go to Encache, create new cache, go to N-Object. Perfect. Let's try to visualize this. I think the result would be probably quite nice. Visualize, create animation snapshot. We're now between frame 1 and 280, in fact. Increment can be 5. I'll just apply. So this is actually also quite I think like an interesting way in which you can approach designing things that are made for Fabric and are like segmented. Like you almost kind of record this movement as a way to create like something that's like this large streamer almost. I think it works actually quite well. So in order for this snapshot to become passive, as in like just, you know, a snapshot that doesn't change based on whatever happens with the animation, you can also just copy this entire group by pressing Control D. You'll create a copy that's disjointed from the original snapshot group, and you can even delete this one. You can also achieve something similar with deleting the history, but this tends to be like a safer way. I'm just going to change the way that this is displayed, because I think there's sometimes like a nicer way to display polygons in Maya, which can be helpful also for you to kind of perceive the object better. So you can select this entire group, hit space, go to display, and then in polygons, go to custom polygon display and click the option box and release. So in this option box, we want in the edges settings to have soft and hard settings checked and border edges checked. You can uncheck the rest of them and then hit apply, which will highlight whatever our naked edge is And all the internal edges that are soft will end up being dashed edges. You can now close this dialog box, step into object mode, click on the side to release, and let's actually see what this looks like in mode 3. Yeah, I think it looks actually quite good. So you can also imagine that you can have like multiples of this element flying around in a similar pattern, kind of create like a rather elaborate sketch, I think quite fast with an animation snapshot because it provides like so much flexibility. Let's create another snapshot, maybe with a little bit more density. So let's just make it super dense instead of just have all of them. The more there are steps in the snapshot, the more it will take to generate. So especially if the object is quite high poly, don't be confused if it takes a while. Sometimes it takes a while for it to calculate, and it's always better to unlink it from its history and like delete the original snapshot if you don't want it to get updated, which might, you know, slow down your let's say your simulation even more, your scene even more, because it updates every time. I think this is looks quite good, and it actually I think showcases quite well how fabrics tend to act, and like it's a relatively easily done setup, but I think the results are quite nice. All right, so I think like with all of these basics kind of, you know, we've kind of covered, we can move into a little bit more to like recreating some of the images that were in the promo as well, so that we can kind of see how this can be applied into an actual full workflow. So I'm going to save this as it is. And actually, let's delete everything else so we can just clean our scene. We don't really need the rest of this. I might keep this one because it just looks really nice. So I'll take these two groups and I'll use Control H just to hide them. The rest I'm going to remove. So basically just Shift select up until the first object, just delete everything. Going to turn on the grid just for a second, just to navigate a little bit better. All right, that looks good. So in order to like start recreating the setups that we had before, we'll first do a little bit of modeling, and then like a workflow that relates to the cloth as well to inflation, and some to what we've already seen right now with like animation snapshot and everything else, and then maybe looking a little bit in the end into how to actually recreate scene render-wise as well by using Arnold, which is part of your like general Maya package if you have Maya 2020. It's a standard node now. So let's start by creating a basic plane with 2x2 subdivision. So Shift, right click, and we need a plane. But in the polyplane node in the channel box and layer editor, let's just change that into 2x2 instead of 10x10. And to select this object, focus on it by pressing F, and we're going to step into vertex mode. So hover above it, right click, go to vertex, release, and let's just select the vertices that are in the corners of this 2x2 square. This one, then Shift to add another one. This one, and this one. Just skip the ones that are in between. Now press R for scaling and turn this into a sort of star. Just scale it out. It can even be like, yeah, maybe like this is enough. So like when you switch between 1 and 3, it should look kind of like this. Keep it in 1 though while we're working. So go back to object mode, release. I'm going to turn off the grid again because it's kind of distracting. Now we're going to duplicate this and create a little bit of a pattern from it. So select the object, Control D to create a duplicate, press W to move it, And we want to move it so that we align this vertex to this vertex and this one to this one. Because this is already, we know that it's like the same length of edge. We only need to shift our gizmo to this vertex and then snap it here. So in order to do that, we need to press D in order to unlock our gizmo. So pressing the key D will unlock the gizmo. And now if you move it, it doesn't actually move the object itself. It moves only the gizmo. And we want this gizmo, like if, let's say I take this plane, we want it to align with one of the vertices, but to align properly. So you don't want to eyeball it. You want actually for it to be there. So in order for that to happen, while D is still on, like the gizmo is unlocked, hold down key V, and you will see that this icon here comes up, which basically is vertex snap, meaning that whenever you move an object, it will snap to the nearest vertex. And then just by using left click from the center of the gizmo, just move it around until it hits this vertex here and then release all keys. Then press D again, because that will confirm the position of the gizmo. And now you can press V to again turn on vertex snap. And when you move this object a little bit closer to this one, it will naturally just snap to the side where this vertex is. So basically, we're just going to use this technique to proliferate this object around a little bit more. We're going to add like a couple more here and there. So I'm going to select this one, Control D again to duplicate. So I'm going to do the whole process a little bit faster now. So I'm going to move it out of the way. I need to snap to this vertex here, W, hold down V for vertices, and snap here and release. So what we want is this kind of continuity where like this diagonal always appears. So you're kind of like stepping almost down and while creating this chain of elements. We're just going to create like 5, 6 of them, like so not much more than what we already have. Let's see. This one, that's a good position because we're keeping the same orientation. Let's see, make another one. Well, let's not intersect it. So we're going to put this one here. Do another one. That one we can put maybe there. Press D, realign to another vertex, in this case this one. Press W to confirm. Press V again to turn on snaps, and snap onto this one again. It's shaping up well. I think it looks good. What else can we take? Maybe duplicate this one. And that one can go, yeah, let's place it here. So again, D to realign the vertex, align with the vertex here, W to confirm and move, V to snap, and snap onto it. I think this is not a bad setup. That's pretty good. So now that we have all of these as separate objects, we also want to bind them into one. So basically, we want this to become one thing. We'll select all of them and then press space. Go to mesh and then go to combine. Combining a mesh basically takes all of these nodes and places it into one mesh. Meshes are objects that accept like disjointed geometry as well. So it's like, just because these are not actually connected, like you can kind of see even in mode 3, they're overlaying each other because this edge is actually a naked edge. It's not really merged with this neighbor. They're just aligned here in mode 1. It still works and it's a combined mesh and it's considered one mesh because all of the other IDs have been deleted. Like these are just, this is basically history that the object used to be before the transform, before the combination removed them and then only left a record of their transformation in these hidden nodes. You can even delete them either manually or just by selecting this object and going to edit and delete by type history. They should go away because they're part of the history. So right now we want to also bind this into one thing because you know, just because edges sit on top of one another doesn't mean that they're welded. So if anyone uses 3ds Max, they know what welding is. And in order to do that here, instead of welding, we use merging. So we select this whole object, press space, go to edit mesh, and then use merge. Now when you press 3, these edges actually are joined, and you can actually see that they belong to like the one edge. They're no longer just sitting on top of another. They're just like a full edge. This is looking good. So we step back into object mode. You'll also notice that sometimes when you step into mode 3, between 3 and 1, that there's like this kind of jaggedness to the edge. This is basically because the preview is still a little bit poorer than it could be. In order to like create a subdivision preview that's even higher, you need to press page up. So it's like a key on your keyboard. If you don't have a full keyboard, I'll show you where to change it. But if you do, pressing page up will actually smooth it even more. So if you press it a couple of times, this becomes like a very crisp and clear line. Conversely, using page down will also make it go down. If by some chance you're using like a keyboard that's, you know, condensed, like a keyboard on a laptop or something like that, and you don't have those keys, you just select this object. Then you need to go to the attribute editor, and then you need to navigate in your P-shape object to smooth mesh. And then this preview division levels, just kind of change it. If you change it to 0, it's exactly like mode 1. Then 1 subdivision, 2, 3, 4. So 4 like just makes it like really nice and smooth and crisp. Okay, so a good you know, thing to do, as I was saying before, is always to keep a record of like previous steps in Maya that you've taken, or like previous forms of objects that you've had. So basically, I think this object we can kind of duplicate, pressing Control D, and hiding the previous version of it by pressing Control H. We just need to keep a record of it. We're going to subdivide it once and then immediately turn it into an enclosure, just to relax it into a state that's kind of like as if it's a catenary object or like a vaulted space. So just select this object, and in your polymodeling tab, just add 1 layer of subdivisions. Technically, this isn't such a great method for enclosure because it wouldn't give you much detail. But in this case, we're not really interested in detail. We're just interested in like overall deformation of this setup that would happen if we were to like turn it into like an, you know, basically like a sheet material that's popped up or like hanging down from these like external points that we're going to fix in space. So let's switch to object mode. Let's clean out our history like we usually do. And our transformations should be reset anyway. So let's turn this into a, I'm going to duplicate it again, hide this one, Control H, and turn this version into an enclosure. So let's switch from our animation tab to our FX tab, go to our enclosure, create enclosure, and then just really fast, select all of the vertices that are on the edges because we want to fix them, and the rest we just want to like, you know, move around freely. Let's fix those and constraint, transform constraint. Display it. Okay, I'm going to flip the gravity because I want it to pop up, not down. So we're going to the new nucleus, attribute editor. Gravity should be from -1 turn to 1. Okay, that's looking good. And then we also want to make sure that our enclosure stretch resistance is really low so that it will deform more. I'm just going to turn it like even to -1. Oh, sorry, to 0.1, not -1. Yeah, that's looking okay. Let's see what will happen if we kind of fixed maybe this part. Transform. Yeah, that doesn't look so great. I think I'm just going to remove that one. So let's get rid of it. Play it again. This is basically the shape that we want. We can stop here. Go to object mode. Duplicate this one in order to release it from the cloth and turn it into like a passive object. And then we can disable this cloth and hide the cloth itself because that's a previous step. We don't need it anymore. And this new object, I think like what I usually do, because I'm not like a huge fan of, this kind of structure ending in this little point here. I would prefer it for it to have some kind of like a bit more of a foot, let's say. I will just kind of, switch to like this almost elevation view. And then from the vertex mode, just grab all of these that are on the ground. That works well. And then shift and right click, just chamfer them, like chamfer the vertex. So chamfering the vertex basically creates like an edge here that just goes inside based on an increment of width. Just change this increment maybe to 0.5. Let's make it like a little bit deeper. When that's over, you can press Q in order to release your tool. Go to object mode, right clicking and hovering to object. We're just gonna get rid of all of these triangles. You can select them the same way that I selected the vertices, or you can use selection constraints again. So let's just refresh our selection constraints method. So select this object, control, right click, selection constraints. Because now we're not in any mode, like there's nothing here that's active, but I'm going to switch from object mode to face. Select all of them. Check all in next, but then only select triangles, because the ones that we created in the end, like these ones that are chamfered, they're actually triangles, and we just want to get rid of those. So close and reset, get rid of the triangles. Yeah, this is looking a little bit better in terms of how it looks as an object. I think, again, let's just take all of these lower ones. Oops, I think I've accidentally selected some other ones as well. Just get rid of those by pressing Control and removing them from the selection. And now, because they're kind of flying all the way around, like they're all in their own heights and they're not really aligned, you can just align them by switching to scaling, and then just like pull the green axis through itself until they all clip to the ground or to the flat surface. Yeah, this is looking actually quite good now. We're happy with that. Let's delete the history of this object. So edit, delete by type, history. We are going to duplicate it, hide the original duplicate by pressing Control and H. And then we can start simulating inflation on top of this element. So now, because we'll need a little bit more subdivision in order to get like a nice result, I think we can just use this one, like this subdivision in terms of like, let's say the paneling is quite good. I don't think I would change this. I think it looks like there's enough paneling. But then we also want to like create subdivision in between so that it can deform in a way that kind of gives us a nice output shape or output model. In order to do this, the first thing we need to do is save all these edges as they are right now, because this is going to be our panel that we will disconnect from the rest of the object. So we hover above it, go to edge mode, release, select all of the edges, then press space and hold, and then go to create, go to set, and create set, and then release. What this does, in your outliner, it creates a set of edges that are the current selection. Sorry, for a second, I think like I accidentally deleted the set, so I'm just going to do it again. So select all of them, space, create, set, release. Go to object mode, So now all of these edges as they are saved. So when we select this object and we subdivide it further by using this subdivision tool in our polymodeling tab, those edges are still in their same place and they're saved within the selection. So I'll just continue adding maybe at least 3 subdivisions, maybe even 4, because you want like a finer result. So now if we select this set from Outliner, we right click and select set members, you can see that the original set is there. It's basically in between. So right now, I kind of want these to become eventually panels. So I don't actually need them to be connected. So just press space, go to edit mesh, and then detach. Detaching is the opposite of merging. So basically now this, if I went to face mode like I did, and I double click in order to select everything that's connected to the face, you'll see that these are like disjointed panels. This is also a good time to kind of use the different display property for polygons, which we did before. So select the object, space, display, polygons, custom polygon display, and then we reapply. So we now can see that the naked edge is here. Close. Okay, so this one can now become a cloth. I think we don't need to adjust anything else. So let's select this object, edit, delete by type. We will delete the history. And in FX, we will turn it into a cloth. So the first thing we want is to like the border edges, we will need to like fix them in space so that when we inflate, they don't, you know, just blow out away in the wind. We will still want the panels to be where they are. Well, we want the panel itself to deform. So we'll go to edge mode, select all of the edges, go to select, convert selection to edge perimeter. There we go. Those can be turned into constraint and then transform constraint. And then let's rewind to the beginning so that everything aligns properly. So now these will be, you know, held in place. And you can now see how a simulation can be quite, you know, slow when the, like this lag is from the actual simulation itself. Like when we start getting into objects that are a bit heavier and like a bit higher poly. So right now, the only thing that's affecting it is this inverted gravity that we have. I'm going to turn it off because it's not really relevant for this part of the simulation. So we'll just select the cloth object, go to our dynamic properties and uncheck, or rather check ignore solver gravity because we don't need it. But what we do need is the pressure property. So if we scroll down and go to pressure, let's see if this manual pressure here can withstand 1, and seal holes should be off because this object is like just a flat sheet. It's not, you know, it's not a volume. Basically what this does is makes sure that whenever a pressure is applied, the element kind of knows that it's going to deform in the direction of the normal. So it's not going to try to like go both ways. It just goes in the direction of the normal. So it will like bulge out for a positive pressure setting and sink down for a negative one. So right now it's +1, and let's play it. Okay, so we have some inflation. It's not looking bad. By the way, when you play and you want to stop it immediately, you just press escape. It will stop the simulation so that you can kind of move around a bit more freely and see what's happening. So again, like we had before with the minimal surface, there's a little bit of compression resistance problem. So let's just increase that in our dynamic properties, compression resistance. Let's crank it up. Yeah, that aligns it well, looks good. Escape to stop it. And you'll see that like with dynamics and in general with like any sort of dynamics such as fabrics, tweaking is something that is very common. Like you'll continuously tweak properties and you'll always try to find ways and to like make things look a little bit nicer. So that's quite like a normal part, I would say, of the process. So right now I'm kind of not happy with the amount of deformation that this inflation is giving us. Like it's nice, but I think we could afford a little bit more. So I'm going to half our stretch resistance from 20 to 10. And let's play it again. Okay, it's a bit better. I think maybe we can get away with even more inflation. Let's try 5. And I'm not going to rewind it. I'm just going to play it from this state. Okay, so we have certain areas like these where the foot is, it actually inflates quite a lot. It doesn't look so good. So I'm going to like maybe keep those in place because I actually don't want them to inflate at all. Maybe I'll just make them flat. So one of the ways to do it is either like to obviously delete it, but we can also just select them. Maybe I'll just use transform constraint on them as well, just to fix them in place so they don't move around. So let's see. I'll double click this. There's some issue with the detachment here, so I'm gonna have to control and drag unselect the rest. And let's see if we have the same problem with the rest. Nope, this is fine. That's fine. Good. So shift and double click to add to this selection. And all of the places where the structure is actually in contact with the ground, just make sure that kind of check all of them. Okay, almost there. Okay, all of these. Let's remove this one. Okay, good. That looks nice. So once we have all of these, we're just going to turn them into end constraint, transform constraint. Let's just fix them in place. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think this actually looks quite nice. So again, I think the thickness is a bit big, so you kind of see these like huge gaps in between the bubbles, which we don't really want or need. So I'm going to take these, go to our enclosed shape tab, and we need to find, yes, our self-collide width scale. It's right, like right now it's telling you that the thickness is 0.03, like 0.03 units, whichever units you're working in. And then like that like self-collision is multiplied by an increment of 3, which I'm just going to change to 1. I don't think we need this much thickness. And then I'm going to play the simulation again, because I essentially want like the bubbles themselves to pack a little bit more tightly, which is kind of what's going on. Because our solver is like a low quality solver, we can see again the issues of like self-intersection. So I'm just going to switch this to vertex face instead of vertex in the self-collision flag and replay it again. It might take a while to simulate, a little bit more than usual. Okay, that's actually fine. It's not too bad. Only a couple of seconds longer, but I think this looks better because like I didn't really like that huge gap that we had. This one is a bit tighter. I think looks nicer, and the deformation sort of comes across a bit more. It looks actually quite good. Okay, so in order to like save this out so we don't, lose it by rewinding, I'm just going to grab this element and then Control D to duplicate it. And I can turn off this cloth for now. Actually, I'm not going to turn it off because I think it's a good chance for us to also create the underside of this bubble. So let's close the bubble off. The way that we can do that is quite easy. We just need to rewind, and in this case, we're going to invert the pressure. So instead of it being 1, it can be -1. Let's play again. There we go. But also, in order to kind of create a little bit of difference, because I don't think this looks so good, I'm going to maybe make it minus 0.1 because I just want a little bit of the information on the underside, but not too much. Let's see what that gives us. All right, let's just give it a little bit of time to readjust, because basically you kind of want also the simulation to kind of run its course so that you don't get something that looks a bit messy. I'd say that this is not too bad. Yeah, not perfect, but not bad. So I'm going to just make sure that I control and D or duplicate this as well. Now we can disable the cloth because we don't need it anymore. And rewind to the beginning and hide this cloth. Okay, so that's looking quite good. I would just say, because this underside, we have this underside, like it's kind of overlapping here because this panel doesn't move. In order to avoid like any kind of strange looking results, I'm going to delete them from the underside panel. So let's select that object and then press Ctrl+1 to isolate it. And let's just get rid of these so as not to have like overlapping panels. Okay, let's move this one. Control and drag to unselect. Double click to select everything within one panel. And Control to remove from the selection. Shift to add to the selection. Again, let's Control remove. Shift, Control remove. Shift to add. Shift to add. And let's delete these. Okay, so that just gives us like the underside panels, which I think look quite decent now. Okay, it's looking okay. Now I also want to create some kind of substructure for all of this. I don't think that it should remain like just the bubbles. So this is basically why we kind of save previous versions of things, because right now, if I step back to one of my previous polygons, just let's, well, not this one because it's flat. Oops. Yeah, there we go. So plane 11 for me, which I'm going to duplicate now, place on end, and then control and hide the original one. This, I think we can kind of use as like some form of structure that holds these expandable panels up. So I'm going to isolate mode this for a second so that we can easily see what we're doing. So Ctrl+1 will create an isolation mode. And let's make a record of these edges as they are right now, as we did before. So select all of them, create by pressing space and holding it. Go to create, go to set, create set, and then release. Step back into object mode, release. Select the object, go to mode 1, and then add one, maybe even, I think we need 2 subdivisions probably. Or maybe 1 is enough for the substructure. So let's just see how the panels look. For some reason the save set did not work. Let me just go back. So I just like undid all of my actions because I think save set didn't work properly. So I'm just going to like, again, save all of these as they are, select all of them, space, create, sets, create set. It should appear as a set in my outliner. Go to object mode, release, press 1, and then add just, I think it's okay if we just add 1 subdivision. Go to object mode, switch to edge, set, right click, select set members. Yeah, now it's okay. Okay, now press space and hold, edit mesh, detach. That's looking good. Now, once we've done that, we can shift and right click from object mode, extrude, and then release. So in extrude now, we're going to use the offset value instead of like moving it around. So the offset value, I mean, as you might imagine, it just kind of creates an offset in between the original edge and the edge that you're extruding to. This is too big, so I'm gonna do maybe 0.2 is too big, 0.05, let's say. Yeah, that's not too bad. So while this is still selected, don't unselect it. Grow your selection by using the shift and greater than. It will automatically switch the selection and exit your tool. And then use Control, Shift, and I to invert the selection. This step is really important because there's one more face on the back, which we don't need. We only need the top face and the border face, not the face in the back. So now when we've done this, we can just delete and it will go away. So if you press 3, your panel should be looking something like this. So now we only want the border panel, like this one. We don't want whatever's inside. And that's easily selectable as well by selecting everything. Then Control, right click, and then selection boundary should be chosen. And because we want to like get rid of everything that's, you know, inside, we can invert our selection again by pressing Control, Shift, and I, and then deleting. And then we have our panels kind of like this. Sorry, our structure, not panels. And next thing that I'm going to do, because I don't want these like gaps in between, is merging everything. So select your object, space, edit mesh, then merge. And then release. Okay, it's looking good. The only thing that's left to do is to make sure that, because now we have all of this subdivision here, and you can see that always like there's a central line and there's like 2 naked edges on either side, except on the most outer line of all, because we want the you know, the, let's say, the rhythm of topology to always be the same. Let's just add another one on the outermost line, which you just select by double clicking this outer line, and let's just extrude it in order for us to have, you know, a central line here as well. So Shift, extrude, and we're just going to find the gizmo wherever it is, and then just move it along the green axis until it's kind of in the middle. Yeah, that looks good. So go to object mode, release, select this object, edit, delete by type, and delete history. So now I also want to give some thickness to this frame because I don't want it to just be like a flat, you know, flimsy frame. So I'm going to select it, duplicate it, hide the original duplicate by pressing Control H. And in this one, instead of just extruding it, I'm going to take the internal edge and just kind of push it out until we have like a nice profile. So go to edge mode, select all of the edges, then go to Control, right click, selection boundary. That will only give you the boundaries of the object, but now we actually, what we want is the internal line. So the way that we can get the internal line, but also ignore this like transversal line that we have here, is by growing the selection once again. So it's like Shift greater than. And now we need to invert the selection. So once the selection is inverted, we end up only selecting the internal line, which also kind of makes it clear why I added the outer edge here as well, because this topology would have been different and the edge line would have been here, which would probably have messed with the way that we are creating this anyway. So it would have created an issue for us in the modeling. So by adding one face on the outside, you actually keep topological consistency within the model that you can use selection sets and conversions in a way that's useful. Like you don't have to worry about having like an incomplete selection set. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bevel this edge. Beveling places a face where an edge used to be. So basically each edge will offset on both sides and they'll create a face in between. So shift, right click, bevel edge. And you will see now if we step into mode 1, it created this bevel inside. So I want to also push this out so that we have like a little bit of a thickness to this frame. So I'm going to go to face mode, just select all of the faces together, and then Control, right click, selection boundary, and then invert that selection with Control Shift and the I. And now we can push this out in order to give the profile a little bit of thickness. So I'm going to use Shift, right click, transform component to do this. So transform component will basically just move each component within its own axis and its own normal. So if I push this down or up, you basically see how everything like kind of pushes out in a uniform manner. Okay, that's not looking bad. And now I'm going to go to object mode and duplicate this object. I'm going to use my history now to flip this because I've offset it in one direction, but I also want to offset it in another direction as well. So in my original object, in my history, in my channel box and layer editor, there's still this option of poly move face, which is my transform component action that I did just before. Right now it transformed it by pushing it in. Now I want to push it out. So I just need to locate where that is, which is my local translate Z, which is now at minus 0.035. I just want to turn this positive so that it flips. So now it like creates a sealed, complete element. Now I'm happy with deleting the history from both objects. I don't need it in either one anymore. So edit this, delete by type history. So when I step into mode 3, it kind of shows me this like very thin, lovely structure. But I also want to kind of emphasize these elements here. I'm just gonna smooth it by using page up. Elements here by not having them like be so, well, I guess like very, very soft. I want like a more crisp edge. And we can achieve that either by detaching that edge or by creasing. I'm going to detach it simply because creases in Maya, which kind of create these sharp edges, aren't always like the most, let's say, reliable tool. So I'm going to select all of these faces by stepping into face mode and double clicking one of the faces. Then again, Control right click, selection boundary in order to only select the outer faces. And then convert this from a face selection to an edge selection where I'm using the edge perimeter. So none of these internal edges. Now that I have all of these selected properly, I can select space, go to edit mesh and detach. And that, as you can see, creates a really crisp edge between the faces. I think it looks much better now. I'm going to do the same for the lower one. So again, select it, go to face mode. Actually, luckily here it's already selected, so I don't need to convert the selection at all. Sometimes selections get saved if that's the last thing that you've selected before stepping into another mode, which is quite useful. So Control to edge, perimeter, space, edit mesh, and then detach again. There we go. It's looking quite good. Let's change the display mode on this structure. Space, display, polygons, custom polygon display. So we can see this like nice crisp edge being highlighted a little bit more. Okay, it's looking quite good. Let's step out of the isolate mode by pressing Control-1. Basically, that will uncover all of the other hidden objects. Yeah, it's not looking bad. That's good. All right, that's looking good. Now I also want to add, like, I had those hanging elements in one of the previews, which I basically made from the same way that I made the structure, but I just needed to be a bit more careful with the number of subdivisions in order to have them hang properly. So just like choose an earlier version of this model, which is, I believe, P-plane 11. So I think you can now really see I've duplicated by pressing Control D, and I need to unhide the copy by pressing Shift H and then Control-1 to isolate it. I think by now you can see how it's actually quite useful to keep like these lower poly versions of objects, because if you need to add something or you need to add like an element to it, you can always add quite easily in the low poly version, whereas in the high poly version, that's really not the case. So again, I'm going to select all of these edges and save them like I did before. Create, set. Yeah, that's quite good. Now I'm going to subdivide this. This time I'll subdivide a bit more, simply because I want like a more accurate catenary curve into those hanging elements, which will not happen unless I have like enough subdivisions, basically. So I'm going to select the members. And I'm going to turn this selection from essentially from this selection where we have an edge into a face. So Control, 2 faces. And then I'm going to step into face mode, invert my selection by pressing Control, Shift, and I, and deleting whatever is in between. So now I actually want like just to get, you know, the curves that I had before. So I can select my set again. I'm going to set 2, right click, select set members. And I'm going to try and to bevel this. But before that, like I did before, again, I need to add another face on the perimeter. So again, we go to edge mode, double click the perimeter, shift, right click, extrude edge, and let's just keep the topology consistent so that I can do my selection transformation quite easily. All right, step back into sets, select all members. That's looking great. And now in edge mode, shift, right click, and bevel. So why is it that we like need all this song and dance in order to get this element in between? Is because it works much better if this is supposed to be like a tiny strip, which it is. It works much better if there's only one subdivision in the transversal direction. Like obviously in the longitudinal direction, you can just have even more than this would probably have been a better choice, but it's fine. But we only want the one subdivision in this direction, because otherwise we can run the risk of having like really contorted deformations within the line as it sags. So I think this is a better option. Now that we have everything as we need it, I'm just going to select everything and select the boundary by double clicking, selecting all the faces in face mode, Control, right click, select boundary. Oops, close and reset. Select boundary, not constraints. There we go. That's looking good. Just get rid of everything. So we only need this like really nice thin line, which is what we get. I'm kind of concerned that this isn't enough subdivision, let's say, but let's leave it for now because we also don't want the simulation to become super heavy. So I'll take this object. I'm going to edit, delete by type history. I'll duplicate it just in case and hide the old version by pressing Ctrl and H and isolate the new version. Just reduce the subdivision because it is a bit heavy now. It's looking good. Now I'm going to turn this into an enclosed because I think the number of subdivisions is actually probably okay. So let's take this, go to FX, and then enclosed, create enclosed. Okay, let's rewind to the beginning. Now I want to like create some form of, I guess, constraint in this because otherwise it's just gonna fall. Let me see if there's something useful that we can use. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so in order for us to kind of select these constraints quite quickly, because I could go around constraining, these elements one by one, but there's quite a lot of them, so I don't think that that would be the best use of time. Let's try to use selection constraints in order to select only them. So I'm going to go to vertex mode, and I'm going to go to select, and then use constraints. And let's select all of them first, all of the vertices. Select all in the next in the constraint type. And then open up the geometry tab. And let's try to use the neighbors or vertex neighbors in order to create constraints. So if we take a look, let's say this vertex here has 3 neighbors, like it has 1, 2, and 3. But the vertices that are on the intersection, they should have more, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's activate this. Let's say max 5, minimum 4. Perfect. So it basically is just grabbing everything that's on an intersection in like a really quick way. And we can like avoid, having to go to every intersection in particular and just like freezing all of them separately. I'm going to close and reset. And these I'm just going to turn into a transform constraint. And then rewind. Okay, so these are now in position. Let's play the simulation. Okay, it's actually looking quite good. I just want to release them from the gravity maybe, because I think that's what's, yeah, indeed. So let's go to the nucleus and let's reverse gravity again, because I want these to sag, not to fly. Let's see what we get. That's looking good, but still there's not a lot of yield. So I'm going to make sure that the stretch resistance is a lot lower. Let's try 1. Still a little bit, not enough stretch. That maybe is a bit too much. So let's do 0.3 for stretch resistance. Let's increase compression resistance just to avoid that torsion in the line. Okay, that's not bad. Let's just play it again. All right. So by frame 26, we're pretty covered in terms of, let's play it a little bit longer. Maybe because it bounces around quite a lot, I'm going to include a little bit of damping as well, and as stretch damp and damp in general. Just type in something like 2.5 to, let's see. Okay, that's no bounce, but it's still pretty stretchy, which is pretty good. Let's reduce again the stretch resistance maybe to 0.2 instead of 0.1. All right, that's looking very, very nice. And let's limit the timeline to 100 frames. Okay, let's step out of isolation mode by pressing Ctrl+1 and then switching to object mode. These are looking good. I kind of wish I added a little bit more subdivisions because this will only look good in mode 3. It's a bit jagged outside of mode 3, but that's okay. Let's keep it as it is right now. I'm going to turn this into a cached file. So let's go select the appropriate mesh, which is for me the last one, and plane 19, and cache, create new cache, and create an object. Because I've had caches from before, like other things that I've cached, it will ask me whether I want to create a new one or rename it or what I want to do. I'm just going to replace existing because I don't really care about the old one. And keep in mind that when you cache, especially for like bigger cached objects, cache files are massive. So if you don't have a lot of hard drive, you probably don't want to keep them. Like delete them once you're done with them, because like depending on like the complexity of the object, they can be like 10 gigabytes or something like that if the object is really, really complex. So now I'm going to also add some animation snapshot into it just because I want to increase the volume of these catenaries, just make them a little bit more, have a little bit more of them in the frame. We have 100 frames and maybe I want like 20 catenaries, so I'll use the increment of 5. Just save just really quickly. So select the object, switch to animation, go to visualize, create animation snapshot like we did before. And then from start time of 1 to start time of 100, let's create an increment of 5. And let's see how fast that. Okay, that's actually quite fast. I think I can even afford having like a larger increment than that, or rather smaller than, not larger. So I'm going to see whether I can just update that. Yes, I can. So if you just select your snapshot group from your outliner and you navigate to your attribute editor and find, like, it first says snapshot group and then next to it there's a card that says snapshot. You can just maybe change this increment even to, well, 1 is probably too dense, but let's try it. That's looking quite nice. Actually quite like these, even though they will be invisible because they are underground, but let's leave them on. I think it looks quite cool. And I'm also going to unlink them from the animation just by duplicating them and deleting the original snapshot group. I'm just going to leave it like this. I think it looks good. They are still quite jagged, so I'm going to select the snapshot group. I'm first going to press page down a couple of times just to make sure that it's like completely low, and then press 3. All right, that took a while, but it is okay. And then I'm going to hide the original cloth plane because I don't need it anymore. But yeah, that's looking really decent, I think, in terms of output. Okay, not bad. I think we have all of our elements right now. I don't think there's anything else that we're missing. Let's add a ground plane just to see how it looks. I'm just going to add a plane in the scene. Scale it up. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame to not have these, but not too bad. All right. Let's take a look at our encloth shape here. Unhide it, rewind, and isolate. I'm going to delete now the cache that we have on top of it because I just made a cache. So select the object, step into FX mode or FX workspace, and then in end cache, just delete cache. Now when I play, it should, yeah, it's starting to simulate again. Very good. Maybe let's make these things a little bit more interesting because now they're very uniform. I'm going to reverse it. So we have our dynamic constraint here as well. I'm going to select it. So you can just select it and select the cloth and just isolate it by pressing Control-1. I don't quite like that everything is the same, so I'm going to delete this constraint. I'll create another one, but I'm just going to release some parts of this network so that like it kind of deforms a bit more, like a bit more, well, just not so uniformly. So again, let's repeat the similar process that we had before. So we click the object, go to vertex mode, select all of our vertices first, then go to select use constraints, all in next, geometry, and let's activate this again. After we're done with that, we can basically close and reset. And this time around, I'm not going to use all of them. So some of them I'm just going to release from this transformation. So I'm going to press Control, then release maybe some of them here. Let's just grab a couple actually. Let's just leave it a bit more patchy so that we have more of an exciting output, I think would be nice. Let's delete this one, maybe these. Okay, let's say that that's quite good. Oh, actually, let's delete some from here as well. This one. And let's try to use transform constraint on this section, and then let's see how it goes. Yeah, that is looking better because it's a bit more, it feels like a bit more is happening. I'm just going to actually reverse it. So in the nucleus, I'm going to reverse my gravity again to +1 instead of -1. And let's just have it like happen in the reverse. I'm going to do the same thing with this one as well in terms of, maybe I'm going to increase the stretch resistance because this one's like distorting quite a lot now, thanks to the fact that we don't have all of these selected. So let's do another cache. I'm going to create a new cache for this object, replace existing again. Nice. And like with this new one, let's do another snapshot. So animation, visualize, create animation snapshot, but this time around, we're going to use an increment, yeah, of maybe say 10 first, and let's see how it looks. Because also don't want it to be too dense. Yeah, I think this is like, let's say, exciting enough. So let's duplicate this group as well, and then delete the original snapshot group. Rewind to get rid of the original enclave. So I think this is actually looking quite fun. It's a nice addition to the model. Let's see if we can also include some of the previous. They're quite huge, so let's make them small. Scale it down. Let's see if this can be included into our scene in a way that makes it look kind of cool. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm going to rotate it a bit. So select this snapshot group, and then I'm going to modify center pivot. Press W. I should press E to rotate, and I think we can just kind of wedge it in here a little bit. Yeah, not bad. just kind of set it somewhere so that it looks like it belongs. If you want to select a group just by selecting an object inside of it, by the way, is like it's rather easy. So you can select any object within the group, and then if you press arrow up on your keyboard, it will just it basically just selects the entire group, and you can cycle like that inside of a hierarchy, and you can go up inside of a hierarchy using this, which means that if there's like embedded groups in the way that sometimes there are embedded layers in Rhino, this works quite well. Okay, this is looking sort of cool. Let's play this one here. Okay, that's not too shabby. Maybe I can, doesn't look as good. Let's just leave it. These are two groups. I think we can elevate them a little bit more because the foot that they have works quite well. Why not? Yeah, that's looking quite good. All right, so I think looking like a good scene. Let's see what else we can add, maybe. Not bad. So obviously, like, the reason for these animation snapshots usually is to kind of create the opportunity to check stuff. But as it is with like these, let's say, caches, you can also kind of record the animation within a geometric object, not for the purposes of just displaying it, but also playing it as an animation, not just like as an end cache, but also as an alembic cache. The reason why I usually use alembic cache is because it stores geometry of any kind. So if geometry moves or changes in any way, the alembic cache will save it as a recording. I actually kind of regret that I didn't save these because they could have been like elements that kind of fly around in the scene as well. So just to demonstrate what alembic cache can do, I'm going to turn basically this end cloth that we have here into an alembic cache. Let's see. Right now it's an end cache, but we can also export this to alembic, which is quite useful because then you can move it around as well. You can perform other, let's say, transformations on it. And also the most important part about alembic cache, it's also readable in other applications. So if you were to import alembic cache into Max, it would still play and will be correct as it is in Maya. So in order to use alembic, we need to use an object that's animated in some fashion. In this case, it's going to be our cached end cloth. It can also be like any kind of animation. It doesn't have to just be a simulated object. You select your object, and then we can step into modeling. And then in cache, which is almost at the end of the ribbon, there's something called alembic cache. You can export selection into alembic. And right now we're going to give it a full time slider, which means like whatever is happening here, that's how many frames will be sent into alembic. And I think other than that, we're good to go. So export selection. And somewhere you have to place this alembic cache. I'm just going to place it into the root folder that I've created for this session. It will take a while for it to, obviously, and just to kind of export it out. In the meantime, I'm going to delete this cache that we have on our object right now. So just select your end cloth object, go to FX, end cache, and then that's just delete cache. I'm going to hide this object, and I'm going to now import our alembic object. So in in cache, alembic cache, import alembic. I will just import this ABC file. So alembic files, the extension is ABC. So when you import it, it will appear as another normal object in your scene. It plays the same way that an end cache does, but you can also export it like as an ABC file to other software packages, like I said, Max, for example. And you can also quite easily do other operations on top of this, and it will still follow the change within the object, but it will also follow whatever else you do to it. So you can now treat this completely as a polygonal object. You don't need to care about like any dynamics because they're pre-recorded in the like the changing of this element. So even if you use like deformers or if you try to extrude this, it will still kind of try to do its best to work. But it will still be playable as an animation in your file. So if you're rendering an animation and you want something to move around, but you don't want to like deal with like having to run these simulations or even end caches on the side, it's a very good idea to embed stuff in an Alembic node, which you can just kind of import at will, and it like plays rather fast, and it's a very stable type of cache that you can use for your scene. So let's, for example, leave this as it is. Rewind. I think like we can do some quick like previews of like how this could work in a render environment as well. So basically in Maya, in addition to like everything else that's happening in terms of like modeling or dynamics or rigging or whatever else you're using in Maya, you also have like a pretty capable, I would say at this point in time, rendering engine, which is Arnold. It used to be Mental Ray. So Maya used to have Mental Ray as part of its standard package, but since they've acquired Solid Angle, which is the basically company that created Arnold, it's sort of Autodesk acquired them, and now it's part of like most of the Autodesk packages, including Max as well. So it's like quite a good rendering engine that's really transferable in between packages. So I think it's quite good to know it. In Maya, it's now used in standard. Okay, so there is a question. Let's see. How do you think this modeling workflow would work with 3D printing? Is the fact that the model is made from separate intersecting elements like the frame will introduce issues 3D printing? I'm not sure what the other issues will be introduced. Maybe having some volumes that are not water sealed. Okay, so for 3D printing in general, self-intersecting meshes are not an issue. The issue that I would say that you would probably face is if you cannot seal a geometry. The good thing about meshes in Maya is that you can easily shell them. You can add, a thickness to them. Like even the bubbles that we created just now, like you have like a bubble on one side and another side, you can just bind them, merge them, and create like a watertight geometry. I don't think that would be an issue. Self-intersection, by and large, in 3D printing is irrelevant. What you want to be careful about is that everything needs to be watertight. So for example, even if you're 3D printing, just like to demonstrate this, we have these two objects, and they're like two separate meshes. They're sitting like this, one on top of another. It really doesn't matter for the printer. The slicing process with a printer basically makes this like a moot point. But what would be an issue is that if like this object like randomly was just like having holes in it, like what you cannot have is like a non-sealed, not watertight object, but it can intersect with itself or other object. It doesn't really matter as long as all of the elements that are intersecting are closed elements in their own right. So sometimes it doesn't even make sense to like clean a mesh and like, Boolean everything or whatever. Like you can just skip that. It's not really relevant for 3D printing. Okay, let's just close this. Good. Okay, so as I was saying, like part of this package in Maya is also the Arnold rendering engine. Like it has a lot of its own built-in functionality. I personally find it is even a little bit easier than V-Ray for people who use it. It's not as easy as Keyshot, obviously, but it's something that like works quite well, I think, in Maya, and like it works like gives a rather good result. So like in Maya, you can switch to a rendering tab when you're setting up stuff for render. The way that I'm going to show this scene is just by adding like some basic rendering so we can kind of see what's going on with all these objects together. In order to start that, we'll just go to the upper tab in the ribbon here, go to Arnold, and then you can open Arnold render view. You should just open this like this dialog box with Arnold. If you play right now with this like little play button here, probably nothing will happen because right now I don't have any lights in the scene. So it will take a while also to compile the scene because there's a lot of geometry in it. So what we need right now, I can see that it's rendering, but there's nothing in the scene, so there's no lights, and nothing's being lit. The first thing that we're going to create is a sky dome. So in Arnold, if you go to light and you create a sky dome light, it basically just creates like a very basic GI setup. So let's see what we have here. It's looking pretty good. Right now, all of the material in this setup is a basic Maya material. It's a Lambert material. Arnold doesn't really use Lambert, but it will still render it like as best it can. The proper thing to do is actually using standard surface shaders. And let's start with the bubbles themselves. So I'll select the bubbles. Keeping this running definitely slows down your workflow, but when you're setting the, let's say the material itself, it's quite good to have it open because you can follow along how the material changes. For now, because I kind of know what I'm going to do for a while, I'm just going to stop it and just keep it on the side. So let's start with the bubbles and make them a material that's kind of transparent. So we select the bubbles first, right click, assign new material, and we're going to assign a standard surface material. So the standard surface is basically the material that Arnold uses, and all of Arnold materials are that have like these sub menus that relate to a contribution of a certain type of material behavior into the material. So it's like either it's like the base color or the specular lighting or transmission, which is basically a refraction subsurface, which is a specific type of material that usually is the type of material that like catches light underneath its surface. So like, let's say wax or jade, there are subsurface type materials. Coat is basically, as it kind of suggests, whatever you put on your material on the top, there can be like a almost like a multiplying wrapper of color on top of that, which also contains its own like roughness or smoothness. Sheen, for anyone who's ever seen like velvet in person, there's always that like kind of pass of color on top of velvet that kind of, you kind of catch it in the ruffles of the velvet. This is what sheen basically does. Emission is light, and the rest of it are settings that are related to the material in terms of like either bumps or the displacement or thinness of the material, which are like their own separate thing. So right now I'm going to change the transmission of this material to like a fully transparent material. I'm going to rerun the render, and we can kind of see that the material that we get is almost like this type of like frosted glass, I would say. This is related to the specular values of the material. You can now see that like it's the computer is struggling a little bit to render, but let's just see the preview. So basically, the reason why we're getting this like almost it's supposed to be transparent and refractive, but it's almost kind of like a like I was saying, a frosted type of glass is because the specular values of the material are still having quite a high roughness. So in order to avoid that, we'll go into our specular tab, and then in the roughness, which is now 0.4, we can just reduce it way down. The more you reduce it, the more like clear the glass will become. Having some roughness is kind of nice because it also creates a difference between what's glass and what's not. The other thing that's happening right now is that the bubble itself, because it's being rendered as glass, it kind of has a volume of its own. So it's almost like a crystal ball, which doesn't work really well for like thin sheet materials that are like inflated. So in order to sort of circumvent that issue, we need to switch from like a fully volume-based glass to a thin film. So I'm going to pause this for a second. And then that in our dialog box is located in the geometry tab. So if we check thin walled, you can now see that it actually behaves as if it's like some kind of like a, let's say like ETFE type material that's just like a thin film. And then there is something going on with like refraction and reflection in it as well. And it's actually looking a little bit better, I would say. Nice. So let's apply this material to the other bubble as well. I'm going to stop this and exit Arnold's render view for a second. So let's select this object, and then there's this underside as well. And now when we assign material, we don't assign a new one, but an existing material, which in this case is substandard surface 2. So now both of the bubbles are actually transparent. You can also not use the Arnold dialog, like the window itself. We can actually instead use the viewport. So your renderer, the way that your viewport is displayed is dictated by your current renderer. By default, it's viewport 2.0. It's known as the hardware viewport, which just kind of shows you like a very basic set out of, or like basic material setting of your model. But you can also switch it to Arnold, in which case your dialog box actually is the viewport itself. And like this status bar only lets you like play the animation or stop it, which in this case should happen soon. It just needs a little bit of time to compile because there's a lot of geometry in it. There we go. So this is also like a pretty cool way to kind of keep track of what's going on in the scene. Because like as you're rendering like these drafts and you're only working with like very basic stuff, and you actually don't still want a render that is like super high quality, it's always good to keep your rendering settings in Arnold within draft, so that you don't actually end up, you know, sitting around waiting for the render to take so much time to actually resolve anything within it. So I'm just going, this is actually quite a good shot, but I'm going to stop this for a second. And then I'm going to go to rendering settings. So with our rendering tab, you'll see that there is like this segment of the ribbon that's basically dedicated to rendering in general. So in the rendering settings, which you can see this like little film thing with a cog or a wheel, you will have your renderer that's being used, which is now the Arnold renderer. There's also other standard and built-in renderers in Maya, but we're using Arnold. And in the Arnold renderer, you'll see that by default, like there's a lot of these settings that are 3222 and so on and so forth. I would switch everything to 1 when you're doing drafts, and camera anti-alias, which is what the AA stands for, switch it to 2. Obviously, this gives like a quality of render which is a bit lower, but if you're checking stuff, it's much easier to do it this way. These numbers relate to like sampling values. So the higher they are, the more like clear the render will be. You can see that the render right now is like quite grainy, like there's a lot of grain, but the time in which you are actually need in order to like render out like a you know, a little bit of like a drafty view of it is not really long. So it kind of helps when you're working. I'm going to change this ground to something a little bit more lighter so that we can actually see this element in the front a little bit better. I'll also increase its size. So we're going to do right click, assign new material. And this time around, again, I'm going to assign the standard surface. And actually by default, it's already assigning a white color, which makes it different enough from our setup. But let's also add some reflection to it just to kind of further accent our setup here. So in order to do that, we can go to our base color and increase the metalness of the base, which kind of increases like the reflection quality of it as well. Obviously, again, the specular will be contributing to how rough that material looks. So if we make sure that the roughness is a little bit down, you'll see that like slowly it goes into the territory of almost becoming like a mirrored image. I would say like we can keep it a little bit rougher and maybe reducing the metalness a little bit so we don't see the reflection too much that it's distracting, but still a little bit that kind of looks nice enough. Yeah, that looks quite good actually. So now because our bubbles, I think, are getting a little bit lost because I can't actually see them. Let's adjust the transmission value in this material a little bit more because I think it looks quite difficult to see. Sometimes in order to navigate your materials, instead of selecting an object with the material and then trying to navigate to wherever that material is within the attribute editor, within the tabs here, you can also just use Hypershade. So Hypershade is Maya's version of the material editor that you have in Max, for example. So the Hypershade is right next to the rendering settings. Is this like big blue dot? And when you open it, you'll actually see the listing of all the materials that are available right now in your scene. The last one that we created is the ground, which is the standard surface 3. You can also rename them. So I'm going to rename them just for, whoops, not ground. It's for ease of navigation. This is my bubble. And in my bubble, I actually am going to change the transmission value a little bit, like pull it a little bit down. So within each of these sub-segments, you can actually see that all of them have something called weight. Weight is the amount of contribution of this particular property to the material itself. So if the weight is 1, the contribution is like 100%. Basically meaning if transmission is 1, it means that the object is fully clear, like it doesn't obstruct light in any way. So I'm going to like drag it down a little bit so that there's like a little bit of a milky, let's say a milky sheen to it, because we also want to make it a little bit less transparent than it is right now, because otherwise, like I said, it's very difficult to see. It's still, let's say, well, that's maybe too much, but let's keep it somewhere around maybe 80%. And perhaps the better option is actually to make the ground somewhat darker rather than lighter. So I'm going to change the ground. Yeah, something a bit darker. And maybe increase the roughness a little bit. Okay, so that's looking okay. So basically, as you're doing this, you will find, moments when you're like happier with the products, and then you can increase the quality. But I think so far, I think we should just leave it as is. So this is the typical lighting setup. I think maybe we'll take a little short break now again, and then after that, I'm going to show a lighting setup that doesn't actually use daylight, but it uses nighttime, and we can talk about lights and how they can be incorporated into the scene, as well as light linking, because one of the ways that I was working on the images for the webinar itself was also like, if you want to create more like reflections and more like interest on the surface of your transparent objects, you actually need to work a lot with light linking, which means that sometimes a light will contribute to a reflection, but not to the diffuse element. So you will kind of light up and create like this sort of reflective effect on top of the transparent bubble, but it won't interfere with other elements. So it like won't like overexpose elements that are not reflective, which we can cover like in the next hour or so after our break. Michael, are you here? Okay, I'm going to say let's take another 10 minutes and then we can finish off this session with like more information on rendering and also setting up an animation and exporting it into like image-based files, which you can then obviously either turn into still renders, or if you want an animation, you can pull it together in Premiere Pro. I'm just going to stop this right now, and I'll see you at 8:12.
Hi, everyone. I think we can continue now. Oh, there we go. All right. So as I was saying, like we're so far doing the like daytime, not even daytime, just a very basic studio lighting render. We can do something for the nighttime view as well. But first, let me just figure out like what kind of other materials we can apply to the rest of these elements. Maybe we can just do something quite shiny. Maybe some of these can become lighting elements. I think that will actually be quite a nice addition. So right now I'm going to hide our sky dome light, which is basically the daylight that we have. So in your outliner, you can just navigate to sky dome light and then hide it. And instead of this light, we're going to introduce an area light instead. So in Arnold, in lights, you can choose an area light. It will create like this real little rectangular light in the scene. I've scaled it up and I'm just going to move it up a little bit. And I'm going to rotate it. Kind of want it to like point directly at the object itself, but let's just change it here to -90 in order for it to be perpendicular. So if you try to play it now, it's pretty dark, like you won't see much, usually because it's kind of like the default setting of the light in Arnold. You need to select your light, navigate to your attribute editor, and then make sure that in your attribute editor in the AI area light shape 1, you just kind of uncheck this thing that says normalize, and then it will start showing up a little bit better. So let's take this one up until it's above our largest element. And I'm going to increase its exposure and intensity a little bit until we see the object somewhat better. It's looking okay. And I'm actually going to change the bubbles a little bit again. So let's open up, like I was saying, we can access the material from Hypershade, but we can also do it from the outliner if we do the thing that we did before with DAG display objects. So in display, in DAG object display only, you can uncheck it and then scroll down. There's probably going to be a lot of nodes now, but we can find the node that we need, and we can even search for it just by typing it in. But for some reason, there we go, bubble. So the bubble, the transmission will increase again like we did before, maybe just reduce it slightly. But I'm also going to add a coat on top, which kind of adds this additional layer of like, let's say, reflection that you can see now. And I'm going to make the roughness maybe 0.2. So there's also a little bit of, yeah, that's looking quite good now. Nice. You can also change the color of the coat. Essentially, that will affect like the color of the bubble. So maybe let's do something that has a little bit of color to it. Let's do something maybe blue. Yeah, it's looking good. And the same way that we're changing the color of the material, we can also change the color of the light, because right now the light is a neutral white light. I'm going to go to our display in the outliner again and check DAG objects only, because I don't want to see the hidden nodes anymore. And I'm just going to go to the area light. And when you go to the attribute editor of the area light, you can also use color temperature. This basically just means that the temperature of the light can change to like a colder or a warmer light, depending on what you need. And I'm also going to increase the intensity of the light a little bit and decrease the spread. The spread is essentially like the size of the cone. So like the smaller the spread, the more localized the light will be, like it is right now. So you're gonna have something like looking like this.
And actually, my ground material, I'm going to make sure that it doesn't have any reflection because I think it doesn't really work well in the nighttime setting. I'm still going to make it a bit darker though. All right. So the next step for this is we're also going to add some atmospheric effects into the scene because this is looking quite flat. It doesn't really feel like there's any depth to the image. So in our Arnold renderer settings, if you navigate down to your environment, maybe I will stop this just for a second because I think it's struggling quite a lot. So if you navigate down to the environment, in atmosphere, you can actually add an effect. It's called AI atmosphere volume. Well, it's added. I'm going to play it just for you to understand what it is. So if you increase it, you can actually see that a lot of the light is being caught in the, let's say, in the atmosphere, obviously, of the scene. So like as it's being cast, it kind of creates this almost mist-like effect on top of our objects, which kind of makes the object seem kind of like it's like in a, like I was saying, in a space that has a little bit more depth. It just makes it look much nicer, I think. In order to like change the lighting a little bit more, I'm going to maybe sacrifice some of these elements in order to turn them into a lighting element. For example, I think this one could end up being quite a nice lighting element because meshes can also be transformed into lighting elements. Not just, you don't only need to use the lights that are available within Arnold as like an area light or like a point light or whatever else you need. You can also use these meshes as lighting elements. So I'm going to take this mesh that I've just chosen at random. I'll duplicate it. I will hide the original. And this one I will subdivide a little bit more because actually when it's transformed into a light, it will use its like non-smoothed version, let's say. So I think we definitely need to smooth it a bit more. I'm going to take it outside of the group. I think that was the struggle. And then subdivide it once, maybe twice is enough. And then in object mode, I will select it, go to Arnold, go to light, and create a mesh light. So now when, you know, I'm trying to show this light, again, normalize should be unchecked. Increase the exposure of the light. Sometimes the rendering frame for Arnold would bug. Just get out of it, press escape, switch the renderer to viewport 2.0, and then switch back to Arnold. And then restart it. Let's just see how it looks. Okay. And then let's play around a little bit with the light settings until we get something that looks quite good. So I'm going to make the light visible, which basically just kind of shows you almost like as if it's like a neon thing suspended in air. And I'm going to make the intensity of the light higher. And I'm going to change the temperature of it to something a bit warmer. Let's navigate to something. So I think like adding this kind of mist effect and light that is scattering around in the scene actually really improves the look of the scene, makes it look a little bit more real. I think it also like contributes quite a lot to like I was saying, the feeling of depth within the scene. So because this is now looking like kind of okay, let's say as a setup, I'm just going to do a little bit of a higher quality render so that I can see a little bit better what's going on. I'm going to open the rendering view. And then refresh by clicking this little refresh button, which will refresh the Arnold scene. Let's just see how it looks. And I'm going to improve the quality of the render by increasing the samples that I was showing earlier in the rendering settings. Okay, so let's interrupt this render, go to rendering settings, and now let's crank up samples a little bit and just try it again. Let's see how it looks. You can see that like in heavier scenes that have a lot of geometry like this one does, even rendering smaller renders takes quite a while. But I think this setup is looking quite nice actually. Yeah, that's not looking bad. Rendering kind of like simulation as well requires a lot of tweaking. So to produce a really nice image can take quite a while. So to actually focus on what I was describing earlier with light linking, it basically means that sometimes you'll have like other lights within your scene that you don't want to contribute to, you know, like to other objects. You just want them to contribute to one object, maybe namely the bubbles themselves. So you can kind of limit what a light can affect and what it cannot affect. So for example, if I was to create a copy of the light that we already have, like this one, I will just select it and just press Ctrl D and then W and move it down. I will reduce the quality of the render again, just because I want to be able to quickly check things. So right now, this light is probably going to contribute quite a lot to the scene and is going to be like a doubled up light, which might create some issues. Like it might become like way overexposed. So let's just check that a little bit. But what you can do, like I was saying, is limit that interaction between a light element and a certain contribution that it has to the scene. For example, right now, because of our volume atmospherics, this light also adding like this volume light is actually not really helpful. It's making the scene seem a little bit too overexposed. So in your visibility, you can always determine how much of this will be contributed to each type of light within the scene. So for example, if you kill the volume light on this particular light, you'll see that it no longer contributes to the volume atmospheric effect, which actually makes the scene look nicer, but it still lights the elements like the bubbles themselves. Right now, we're going to like unlink this light from everything other than the bubbles, just so that we can create a little bit of more reflection within the bubbles themselves. So I'm going to stop this right now, and I'm switching into the rendering tab. And there's something called lighting and shading, and there is something called a light linking editor. You can choose an editor that's light-centric or object-centric, and in this case, because it's one light being limited towards other objects, I think a light-centric relationship editor is a bit easier. So you need to select the light that you're currently working with, which is, light number 2. And you need to identify which object are the bubbles. So the bubbles are object plane P13. So this light number 2 should really not be affecting anything other than plane 13. So everything else needs to go. We don't want to interact with any other object. That's good. So you can kind of see that these other elements are now not as lit as the bubbles themselves, but the bubbles are still taking on the light that comes from this one. For example, if I move it, even if it intersects with the ground, you can see that it's not contributing to the ground, but it is contributing to the bubbles themselves. So you can light up certain objects more just to kind of make them a bit more obvious, or add another, like I was saying, you know, like add more reflections on top of a bubble that is like a very clear element. I'm going to limit it a little bit like this. And just to demonstrate light linking a little bit better, again, like with this plane, again, we can go into the light linking editor that is light centric. Plane is number 20. And if I relink it to it, you can kind of see that now it reflects on the light of the ground as well. I think it's like quite a nice trick for you to kind of limit the amount of effect that you want on the light or not, depending on what it is that you're going for. So this area light, I'm actually going to make it maybe warm as well. It works better. And the bubbles, I'm going to switch from a blue to an orange. I think a warm scene might look nicer. So transmission, or it was code, I think. Yes. Let's do a warm code. Yeah, that looks much better, I think. Sweet. So I think like we can also work a little bit more with the atmospheric effects. Obviously, as you change them, you might end up like getting a little bit of a different effect. Density of it changing actually means more like light contribution within the scene. You obviously don't want to overexpose it, but say we can get away with maybe this much, maybe a bit more. And then increasing the attenuation a little bit so we choke out the rest of it. All right, not looking so bad. So there is a question. Can you make an interactive asset to import it into Unreal so that whenever your character moves and comes in contact with some fabric parts of design, the fabric moves according to the condition of how a character is interacting with the cloth? Interesting question. I'm not sure, to be honest, but from what I know, the way that you import stuff into Unreal from Maya, it doesn't actually transfer the dynamics. Like you can only transfer stuff like if an object is animated and stuff like that. But actual interactivity of the cloth, I think would need to become something that is like built inside of Unreal itself. Like you need to end up like doing it there. I don't think it's necessarily transferable. Like stuff like caching, like end caching particles, or caching cloths, like you can't, as far as I know, take a cached file from Maya and just insert it into other software without like some probably under the hood, you know, messing about, I would say, within Maya. So I don't think that it's like such a direct link. I know that Maya scenes can be packaged for Unreal, but I don't believe that it's so easy when it comes to dynamics, unless those dynamics are turned into polygons, which are then just read in Unreal. I don't think you can create a link that's like a live link, as far as I know. But I don't have a lot of experience with Unreal, so take this with a grain of salt. I'm not completely sure whether that's true. But like there is also a live link established in between them, just that I don't think that it actually applies to dynamics themselves. So I think like because we're nearing sort of the end of the session, I was also thinking of like showing you very briefly something that like I might consider doing in future webinars. So perhaps this can be like a little teaser for those that are interested. Another part of the dynamics package, apart from just fabrics, is also particles. Particles interact with fabrics. They're part of the end dynamics package as well. As you might imagine, particles are sometimes like I'm sure you've seen them a lot in the movies. Basically anything that's like granular and moving, it's kind of like a fluid, but not really, and suspended in the air is probably a particle. all of those like very, let's say, very detailed simulations that include granular elements or like sand or water or other fluids. Usually they're done with particles. So particles are also like an element that interacts with cloths as well. They're actually, if you look at the FX editor, right next to the cloths, there are fluid and particles here. So particles will interact with cloths that are active in the scene. Right now, we don't have any active cloths because I've turned them all off. But let's kind of make something nice as like an effect for these elements here while we finish up the session. So I'm just going to create a little curve. I'm going to just create it very arbitrarily within our system. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see where my curve ended up. There we go. I'm going to choose this guy. And I'm going to just create a, as if this is going around. Let's do something like that. I'm just basically moving these elements a little bit so that they don't intersect with the object, but they still look a little bit 3D. I'm going to move this one here, there. Let's move that one underneath, and this one maybe above. This one here. All right, it's not, I don't think that's looking too bad. Definitely could do with a bit more tweaking, but right now, in the interest of speed, I'll leave it off here. So the particles, the way that they're populated into the scene, usually you just emit them, or you can even place them manually if you like in a grid. I'll just show how particles work with an emitter. So in nParticles, I'm going to create an emitter, which is going to be an omni emitter. This is the rate at which it will emit in the scene. So now when I play, you will actually see something like this happening. So from this point in space, particles will emit at a rate of 500 per second. They're moving on like that. And the reason I created this curve is because I'm going to see if I can attach this to the curve. So I'm going to select the emitter first, the curve second, and then in animation, I'm going to constrain motion path, attach to motion path. And let's see how that works out. Very good. So we have our emitter that's moving along. That's looking good. But we also want, and the same way that you work with cloths, particles are pretty much the same. So if you select a particle element, which is created from an emitter, and a particle cloud, which are connected to the nucleus, which all n objects pass through, you can again in attribute editor find all of the information that you want from the attribute editor about the particle here. Right now, I will only turn off in my dynamic properties like I was turning it off before. I will ignore the solver gravity. Exactly what I want. And in the emitter, I'll make sure that when particles are emitted, they don't really go anywhere. They just kind of stand pretty close to where they are already. So I'm going to make sure that the speed is really low. And I'm going to add a little bit of an effect of dissipation onto the particles by turning down the conserve and adding what we were adding before in the FX tab, the turbulence field. And just make sure that it's strong enough that it actually creates a little bit of an effect. That's nice. So I'm going to make sure that this is also, the frequency is low enough so that we see a little bit of nice effect on top of it. And actually in the emitter, I'm going to allow the speed to be a little bit bigger so that we don't see like just one like tiny little shred. Let's adjust that a little bit more so that we have a little bit more activity. Okay, it's looking a bit better. Speed. Nice. So let's just say like a little wisp emitting the particles as it moves around. I'm going to increase the rate just to make it a little bit more obvious. Oh, that's a bit too obvious now. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of particles added into the scene. And let's display them as well. I'm going to shade them as spheres instead of points because spheres are usually easier to grasp and see, and make sure that the size is a little bit smaller because these are quite huge. All right, so I think like that added a little bit of an added effect to our scene. It's something that I'm considering in the future webinars. I think that would be like a nice lead in from fabrics into more, let's say, granular type structures like particles. And there's like quite a lot of stuff that you can do with them. This is just like a teeny tiny little sample of how they might like enrich a scene and make it make it look quite cool. I think if you guys have any questions about the webinar, like in general and stuff that you kind of wanted to maybe discuss, even if it's something that's a little bit more of a tangent, like the question that we just had, now would be a great time maybe for us to cover that as well.
Sounds good. I'm putting my camera on. That was really cool to see. Scenes looking nice there. Someone like me, I use Maya a lot, but I almost never go to the FX tab. So it's cool to see all that stuff. I think you don't see it like often, like people using it. It's kind of like so it's really nice. I mean, definitely see the modeling tab like a lot more.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions, or does anyone want to come on? If anyone wants to come on live, like with their camera, you can click the raise hand button, and we'll bring you on if you want to ask a question or just have a comment or anything like that. Or you can just ask a question in the Q&A box.
Yeah, whichever you prefer.
Or is everyone here, Sean? You have one there. Are the particle simulations similar to Houdini?
Sure. I mean, like most like engines that like even if you use X particles or people who use soft image before, I think like the general principles behind how these simulations work is kind of similar, but the ways in which they're built is obviously quite different. I think Houdini allows for certain flexibility that Softimage used to have. Trying to like control particles with a node editor in Maya is somewhat less successful, I would say, like depending on how much you know. There's obviously some coding involved in Maya as well that you can introduce either through Python or ML, but I would say that maybe the UI in Houdini is slightly better adjusted for that if you're already a coder. So it's like friendly towards certain changes, which Maya might not be. Maya is like better, like if you're just interested in using the UI as it is, and some additional coding if you're an expert coder. Whereas with Houdini, I feel like you kind of need to be a coder in order to take full advantage of what's happening with particles in there. Yeah. But like computationally speaking, I would say that they are quite similar. There's not like a massive amount of difference between the softwares. It's just about like how you use them or like what package you're more comfortable with.
By the way, are you rendering with GPU on Arnold or CPU?
CPU.
I wonder if it would how fast it would be on like a
I mean, like, I guess
RTX
like
or something.
as always, it kind of depends on the settings as well. Like this preset is very low, so anything will work fast. But if you want like something, especially if it's like an animation,
Yeah.
it's gonna take a while. Yeah.
Yeah, and those Alembic files can get huge.
Mm.
It's cool because even Keyshot can open Alembic, which is nice.
Mm. Whoops.
Probably, I wonder. Probably you could bring Alembic into Unreal also.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fine. I know Unity accepts it, so I don't see why Unreal would be be a problem. But I don't think that like there's real, you can like import a cloth and then expect that whatever
Interact
happens.
with it. Yeah,
Exactly. It's
just
not
gonna be.
interactive. It's a recording, basically.
Yeah, it's just gonna
Just the
be.
cache. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like
I saw a hand raised for a second. Who was that? Did someone want to chat? It was there for a second, then it went away. No?
not a chatty bunch.
Oh, there we go. Got one. We'll bring Max in here.
Hi. Yeah, that was a fascinating workshop. Thank you very much. And I guess I'm wondering, this seems like a very slick environment. I'm not used to it at all. It's the first time I've really seen Maya at all. And I've just been doing a steep curve on Grasshopper and stuff over the past 3 months. And I'm just wondering, how far could you push, say, Kangaroo 2 to approach what you've done in this workshop? If that makes sense.
I think like obviously there's a lot of functionalities within Kangaroo that can kind of mirror what's happening in Maya, but depending on what you're interested in like in general, like I feel like architects gravitate towards Kangaroo because it gives them flexibility and ability to kind of control things that are really especially important for architecture. But if you're actually more on the like emotion side of things, Grasshopper and Kangaroo will never, ever, ever, I think, be comparable to Maya in terms of like what you can actually get as an output. So I think it all really depends on like what your hope is to achieve with a certain software package. I think a lot of the things can be sort of emulated, but especially stuff that relates to like visualization or recording animation, making things like look also nice and presentable. I think that that's like really far away for Grasshopper to achieve, I would say.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Grasshopper is more about the technicals, I think, and the data, but it's a lot slower, Kangaroo.
Yes, for sure.
Compared to like Maya, and then you have Houdini, which is like really fast, because they in like 18.5 and on, like a lot of the simulations are also GPU processed. So that's like getting like crazy fast, like it's almost real time, the cloths there. But the Kangaroo is like, for this kind of stuff, is like just, it's quite slow. I mean, Rhino wasn't made for that. So,
Right.
It's kind of like a hack, where like Maya was made for simulation, so.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
And we have if you're just getting into these things, we have on our website like a resources page uh, with really good like intro to, because we focus more on like workflows, but if you're looking more like intro, um, I'll put the link here in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen those. I appreciate you having that information up on the site.
Yeah. So there's Intro to Maya, Maya for Beginners, and the Maya Toolbelt. And like honestly, like with those three, like if you do those three, you'll know everything you need to know as like a big Intro to Maya user. And then it's all about like finding workflows, you know.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you
and
for
thanks again for
joining.
the workshop. Yeah.
No problem. My pleasure.
Yeah, what will be your workflow to make this physical reality?
Definitely like Maya is really great at sketching things out, but also what you want to like create in reality, you kind of need to temper the setup in Maya as well. Like I've definitely used this workflow to work in workshops that were like casting workshops for casting gypsum inside of Lycra. Like Maya was really great at that. Like the simulations were pretty accurate to what was happening in reality. That's like a very like specific thing, and you always need to find like a material that will help you kind of work with like the digital environment as well. Like Lycra and plaster were working really great because it's basically just filling a sack, and you have like uh, constraints that you can easily mimic in Maya. For example, that worked really well. I think like if you're looking for something that's more like I make something, then I 3D print it and goodbye, like Maya is obviously great for that because you will have like watertight meshes. But I think in some ways, the more exciting part would be actually the material behavior, which I think is actually pretty spot on, even though Maya, even like the name is supposed to mean illusion, like I think it's actually pretty accurate to what's happening in the physical world. It's just about creating a setup that's like believable already in Maya. So like that you don't create something that's like unreasonable for you to follow through on, especially if you're working with inflatables. Maya is great.
Are there any other interesting applications of Fabric in Maya that we should look at further? Or is there maybe any keywords or terminologies to research or check out?
I think
Or
like
Maya related lingo, like nCloth?
yes, like encloth definitely, you can definitely work a lot with, maybe if you're interested going more in depth, there's also certain coding languages that might be interesting. Like Maya obviously has its own coding language called Mel, like Maya embedded language, but it also understands Python. And stuff like constraints can also be coded, right? So it's like you can have a huge constraint with a bunch of elements inside of it, members, but you can affect the rate of change within them through code rather than through like I was showing keyframes or textures or anything like that. So if you want to go more in depth, like coding within Mel for sure is great, not only for cloth, but for everything else in Maya. Specifically for cloth, I would say texture controlled change and variability is really good as well. Like whatever you can research on that, I think you actually can achieve quite a lot in terms of like if you're interested, especially in digital art and stuff like that, for sure that's a good thing to research further. Um, I would say like in the webinar, we've kind of touched almost on every topic, at least a little bit. So you can kind of expand from there for sure. Just watching the recording again, like it won't be a problem. But yeah, it's a really exciting piece of like of a sub package within Maya's dynamics package for sure.
Some complex stuff there. I mean, I mean, you just have to kind of like, I think, like work through the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer it. Like I don't know if you do, but for me, it's just like you would just have to, find ways to break it down into a real real geometry.
Yeah, for sure. I think like,
Starting from the base and overlaying it with that information.
yeah, I think a lot of the thinking, like when you think about like how you would apply stuff physically, is really logical. Like constraints in and of themselves kind of mimic what would happen in the physical world anyway. So it's like component to component constraints, like a just like a tightening stitch, right? So if you can kind of find those correlations, even if the work is a bit more abstract in Maya and it's like not, like the perfect string that is getting tightened, but instead it's like a component to component constraint getting tightened. I think you can still have like analogous behavior that's really comparable. So you can kind of at least forecast some of the stuff that would happen in the physical realm based on what you do in Maya. If you learn how to like properly abstract a physical process inside of Maya, which is not always like necessarily that you're trying to do like exactly what's happening physically, but you just kind of apply a logic in the digital environment, for sure.
All good questions, with not easy answers.
For sure.
Okay, well, if no one else has a question or wants to come in there live, Hernan uses only Maya.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he started the use of Maya in architecture. I'm not sure if it was like ZHA or him. Like, I don't know which office was using it first.
I mean, like, yeah, for sure. As AJ, it was like on the forefront.
It's like
modeling.
him, ZHA, and Wiscombe, I think, were like the
Yeah.
first three that I know,
Yeah.
all getting completely different style of Maya use. And that's like kind of like the three styles everything is now that like architecturally comes from Maya. It's like ZHA style, Hernan style, or Wiscombe style.
For sure.
And of course, now we have Bursać style.
Hopefully, yeah. Hope it catches on.
No, but I mean, there is a style to your work for sure. Like when I see on Instagram, I can tell it's yours.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I think we're done here.
Yeah.
It's really good webinar. Everyone, just remember to check out the webinars next week. Also really cool stuff. Check out the CD Next conference, and also you'll get an email in like some hours after this when Zoom's done processing the video for the link to watch the recording. So look out for that. It might go to spam. I don't know. Check your spams as well. Well, that's it for me.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah, it was like a fun one. I hope
Yeah.
everyone enjoyed.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Okay. See you. See you all.
See you all. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.